on Wednesday, February 15th.
The song of the big station Q95 FM. So this is a 2-hour program. We want it to be interactive as usual. So you can call in after my introductory comments and call anytime you want and make your comments on any matter of sport, be it cricket, athletics, or boxing, or bodybuilding. And Mr. Lubbock tells why there was no bodybuilding competition as advertised at the end of January. That will be said later on, and because the fans want to know what happened to the proposed bodybuilding competition. But you'll talk about that later, Robbie. Now, the big news I would think for cricket fans in the Windwards especially, and especially more so in Dominica, was that the Windward Islands failed to make the semi-finals of the Super League, 50 overs a side, and played in Antigua. And the Windwards, of course, won only one match and lost as many as 5. In fact, the last match was against their arch rivals, the Leewards, when they scored 298 or 293. It was for 8. I saw the first innings. I thought they could have scored many more than that because they were on top of the bowling, and for once they took their foot off the accelerator. And although 293 is still a very defendable total, I don't think they quite had the firepower to stop the Leewards juggernaut. I call it Leewards juggernaut because they are winning almost every match. And the Leewards got through to 290 odd for 6 wickets. In fact, there was a 7-wicket partnership of well over 80 with sort of big man Raheem Cornwall, and I think it was Hossein, a spinner, and together they contrived the partnership of nearly 80 unbroken for the 7th wicket and took the Leewards home with 8 balls to spare. So the Windwards only one match to show for the exploits in the Super League. So we look at that and look at the other performances in that much touted Super 50 overs. And I think there were many concerns about the Windwards' performance or lack thereof. And I guess you callers will want to call and comment. You must have seen a few of the matches. I think they were televised from February 2nd. So you'd have seen at least 3 of the Windwards matches, and you can give your comments as to the performances or lack thereof of the Windwards. In fact, before I can even go further, I would say that Ambrose, who has been on the scene relatively recently, I think he only has about 2 or 3 years on the team, and from the first year he came on to the Windward Islands cricket, I think he's only 23 years old. I did say that this was a man with a good future, and I think he has scored no less than 6 half-centuries thus far. Well, I would say, when I say thus far, in fact, he has come to the end because they will not proceed, as is the Windward, when I say they, the Windwards, to the semi-finals. But Ambrose has covered himself with glory and struck a purple patch. But we look at this tournament in more detail. Bangladesh is out there in India playing their first ever test match, and Bangladesh were given a pasting today as Virat Kohli once again scored another test century, and I think it was the opening batsman Vijay Murali, or MVJ, who scored a century as well, and Pujara at number 3 got 82. So Bangladesh got a real pasting for the first ever test match. Imagine that, Bangladesh playing the first test match with their neighbors in Asia, that is India. And it was not a happy day for Bangladesh. There were 303, I think, or 356 for 3 of India batting. And Kohli is still batting. And Kohli, as you know, has a great appetite for big scores. He wants to score another double century. So that, again, I think that the Bangladesh team really are in for a serious pasting. Even tonight, the match resumes at our time, about 5 minutes to 12 midnight. Well, I have a little note on Christopher Gale, which I want to share with listeners. I mean, Gale is by no means my favorite human being, but I can tell you he's a fantastic cricketer, and I want to run through some of his exploits with fans, because although I haven't got much with Gale as a human being because of his off-the-field behavior and whatnot, I don't think he is a role model. I like sportsmen who are very great at their game and yet be role models. People like Roger Federer and Alistair Cook, who is a decent human being. By the way, Alistair Cook has resigned from the England captaincy, we will look at that as well. We look at football as well and see what the teams are doing. I don't think there's too much local football taking place at this time for us to see. We can look at it. And I guess one or two people might be asking what happened to the proposed bodybuilding show that was to have taken place at the end of January. So we look at all that. And I don't think there are many more items we can look at. And having said that, I think we can look at, first of all, Luby, before we forget it, why was there no bodybuilding competition as advertised to be held at the end of January in Dominica?
Well, actually what happened last week, Thursday, I just forgot last week, Thursday, to inform, all right, on Sports Rap, because I have spoken to the...
Because it was well promoted on
yes,
Sports
it was,
Rap.
well, actually, I went to DBS and Mapping to inform them that it has been put off until the 29th of April. Basically, that's to give some of the bodybuilders more time to fine-tune their body, because they asked for more time. So the new date is April 29th.
April.
Yes, 29th. Yes.
Right.
So I think itself, I was satisfied that, and I
so you think you get more time to hone their physique?
Yeah, to hold your physique,
in better
and
shape.
yeah, some guys, yes, and the other competitions, and at least we look for some numbers. So I think what we did, I was quite happy.
With the postponement?
Yeah, yes, with the postponement.
Okay, okay. So it's not cancelled, it's just been postponed. April 29th is a new date for the bodybuilding extravaganza, which a lot of people are interested in because they want to see a resuscitation of bodybuilding.
Oh yes, you see, basically
in Dominica.
Yeah, we have at least 3 to 4 gyms now, top gym, and
there's a new fitness. I don't think it's a good craze, but you can probably use it with craze.
It's a craze, Ozzy, and praise God to the television. You have, for example, like you have YouTube. People can go along and Google, and in terms of motivate themselves, especially the young people presently, and they have seen the tangible benefits derive, Ozzy. I mean, you and I have been involved in that, for years,
Time immemorial,
and it's something that as a young person you should look forward to and get involved. In weight training.
Definitely. People want to get in shape.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bodybuilding is nation building.
Yeah, that was Joe Wider's motto, the father of bodybuilding.
Yes,
bodybuilding is nation building. Yes, and because he feels that the youth who get involved in any regimen of exercise, be it bodybuilding, whatever it is, have no time for the other things in life, the antisocial things in life, like drugs and crime and what have you.
What we have seen, Fontaine and us, is that presently, in terms of strength training for various sports, I mean, if we can go back, you look at golf, for example.
Exactly, bodybuilding, it can be, as you said, be used for augment other sports.
Oh, yes.
The fitness is the key, you know.
But weight training, is one of the priority for all sportsmen now, all right, to get stronger. The stronger you get, the quicker in the sport.
So you think Fontaine still has a chance to start as a beginner?
Oh yeah, of course. Of course he has a lot of times.
But I missed out on that.
Missed a great deal on that, I know that there are lots of people, and what I find also, lots of women, women are involved into that now,
it's interesting that you mentioned that, but it's just the way you were brought up. Because I remember as a kid, the popular chant around with the guys when we were playing football or cricket and so on, they would shun away from the weights. They would say they're not going to give iron vet. And that, I think, turned me away from weightlifting. But that is such a critical part of of any sport. That you're doing the weights and so on.
In terms of it enhances your game. Definitely get involved in weight training.
I would say that bodybuilding or getting involved in exercise is a total part of human development.
True.
It's more than a sport. It's your physique, it's your fitness, it's you. Yeah. So it's human development, and it gives you become more positive in life. You're on the road, Lobby, as you know, you have to make these gains, and you have to live a certain disciplined life.
Yep.
It disciplines you. It affects your entire life. So it's a human development exercise.
And I mean, see, I'm a fountain. I mean, the fountain is part of me. I mean, I love it. And it's discipline is there, you know, and you have to push your weight. You don't say you have anybody to help you. Yes, you can read about it, you can watch it, but if you have, it takes a lot from you. So the discipline, it is very deep, very, 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 very deep. And the results, let's call it the results, overwhelming. I mean, Ozzy can attest to that, you know.
Yes.
The man I love his back.
Oh, yes.
I love it, and his pecs, you know.
It gives you that mental strength and commitment. It sharpens your willpower.
Yes.
Even if you don't feel too well that day, you want to do something still. It gives you a special focus on total development of the human being, mentally, spiritually, and any other thing you can think of, physically, obviously.
Because I understood there is room for a weight room in the stadium. I don't know how soon that how
and
soon
that's a big omission. Not to have a weight room in the stadium.
I was seriously That is, as you know, it was a minus for us. Yeah, it was not plus for us at all.
No,
we should have in 20. You know, in a full country.
Big oversight.
Yes, on having a weight room, You know, in the stadium.
Yeah. Oh yes, that general.
You go to all stadiums. You go in the work. You know, that's one inclusion you have, a weight room.
Only people who do it know that euphoric feeling, that feeling of well-being that you get from doing the bodybuilding. Tom, take it from me.
Yes.
No, but look, if we go back in terms of, you look at tennis. When Serena, in particular, all the other players they had to get involved in the training to improve on their game. They had to. Tiger was in golf.
A lot of cricketers now, fast bowlers, and some get used to training or weight training regimen.
Ozzy, just to strengthen your point, in India and India in particular, they have a national gymnasium. You look at the Indian players, before years in the 60s, 70s,
no Indian pacers.
No Indian pacers. Look at the guys, look at their physique.
Sami,
you know.
You see, and Yudesh. You know. Guys are powerfully built Indian fast bowlers I've never heard of before.
I know fast bowlers are small. Look at West Indian fast bowlers now, you know.
The opposite.
The opposite.
India has big fast bowlers.
Well, I'm telling you, well built. It's very, very important.
So let's hope that April 29th is the new date. Right. So guys, can we now go on to football and see what's the latest in the BPL?
Before Ozzy,
is there anything on the local scene?
Yes, Ozzy, before we go into the BPL, it's something I have spoken about before football in Dominica. First of all, with the Premier League, the number of teams, it was moved to 10 teams. And it's something that I've always opposed. In terms of quality, I've looked at the league from probably the last 2-3 years, and their players to me, they're not ready. They don't
belong in the Premier League.
So I heard now the new technical director, the full-time technical director, that's Mr. Badwill, who's the full-time now. All right, he in terms of it, he said, well, the sanity has prevailed right now, and it's looking at from 10 to 6 or 7 teams in the Premier Division. And in same way, I've been saying that some of the players are not up to standard. I've been looking at they're not up to standard in the Premier Division. All right, you need to have you need quality.
Yeah, certainly. So if you have the quality in the Premier, then the first division it will be better because guys will now be battling out to come up
for promotion.
And then it improves the overall quality. I think that's a good move.
Because I find, look, I've been very, very critical about that. That was done year before until they moved to 10 teams. I was quite upset with that. All right, because even in the first division itself, all right, not much training. The problem we have in Dominica, not much training is taking place. Guys get into off-season, but there's no training. So they move from the off-season into the league. All right, there isn't any quality training taking place.
Right.
Look at the Premier League itself. Guys, in terms of positioning on the field, running off the ball, they're not fundamentally sound. Their first touch is terrible. All right, so a number of things that we are lacking, even in terms of having a bigger input at the regional, international level. Because as a member of FIFA, we get into CFU, CONCACAF, World Cup, Olympic qualifying game, both male and female. All right.
Now, is there any effort on the part of the new director to actually get more training for the players, because I can understand that if the team is not doing it, but probably from a national level, from the Dominican Football Association level, they could bring the players together for a summer training or summer, football festival or something, that where they could get in, skilled coaches and so on to impart some training to them.
Well, that is
Well, we don't know what plans that you have.
I'm hoping that. I was just asking if.
I'm just telling you about that. The technical director, he's not that was sitting in an office. You have to be on the field.
Who is the technical director?
That's Mr. Badwill, Jerome Badwill. All right, right now, he's taken over. He was there part-time, now he's there full-time now.
Okay, well, let's wish him well.
But what I'm saying is this, just to strengthen your point in terms of the way forward for our football. First of all, the technical director is in charge of football in Dominica in terms of organizing, promoting, having courses. He's supposed to get a core of coaches together on a regular basis. In terms of having a system, we must have a system where we play in the league. Recently, I have seen us playing some crazy systems in Dominica. You know what we are playing. So there must be uniformity right now in our system. So you must have. You see, there must be training in and out of them season.
Yes, and also, and Manu, as you mentioned, there's the fact of training coaches. Because a lot of what you talked about in terms of players out of position and just lacking the basic technical grasp of the game is because of the lack of, in some cases, coaches. So you need to have a cadre of coaches that can work with those teams, work with the guys.
Because presently, they have a program for under 15. You're just selecting players, ex-players. Players don't know any coaching whatsoever.
Right.
At the youth level, your best coaches must be at your youth in any sport whatsoever. At this nursery day, your best coaches must be there.
Yes.
All right. Very, very important, and that's what we are lacking.
So, because
first of all, we run courses. Let's say 1 week. We can't make your coach. You can declare that John Tom is a coach after 1 week. You have a level, whatever level he has. You have to be doing the practical work. You have to be training, coaching in and out of season, which I am not saying.
So, let me ask you, what are the credentials of this new technical director?
In terms of
credentials, what he has to offer?
Well, actually,
qualifications.
He has this. He's qualified. He's qualified, but
qualified as what?
But
as a coach?
Yes, as a
coach?
job. Yes, as the for the internal technical director, which you did the course in Trinidad. All right, but I think I have been in terms of trying to get somebody from the outside. All right, to help our football, because we have a lot of work to do presently in terms of to be competitive. All right, and he has been there full time. He has been there part time. He was the technical director. He's just there full time now. Right, but I believe we need a lot of help from the outside. That is my views. We need a lot of help from the outside to move our football.
Yes, and I see it all the time. I mean, I see the young players play. Like from Grand Fond, we have scores and scores of young players. But you can tell they have the zeal. They want to play, but you can see that the technical aspect of it. What they have is the raw talent.
As you said,
and
must start at
the nursery level. That's what is lacking. So they grow up, repeating their mistakes. They get the ball. The first inclination is to dribble, as it is looking for the clear pass, and that kind of things. Basics,
I'm telling you.
That we don't have, and because of that, sometimes the play gets disinteresting. Like you don't really want to watch it. You're not captivated by it because you don't see any kind of quick passing. There's no flow. Fellas are just tackling hard, and that kind of thing. And
secondly,
there is more. There's a lot more that can be done.
We tend to overrate players. Tell us about Mr. is very good.
Yeah.
So
let's hope there'll be an improvement in the quality of football. We have a new technical director.
Right.
Let's hope he has the remit and he has the wherewithal
and the help to get it done.
To get it done.
BPL.
Right? Let's look at the famous BPL.
Arsenal.
We are sailing.
They got a whipping from Chelsea.
From Chelsea.
Yes,
right. So Chelsea has enhanced its position.
Yes. Chelsea. Yeah. I think Chelsea has basically sent a very strong message.
There's no stopping me now.
Games, they're 9 points ahead.
Yes.
A full 3 games ahead of the closest rivals, which is Spurs, Tottenham Spurs. And that thrashing of Arsenal, I think, was really icing
So
on
what
the
is the
cake.
scoreline?
3-1.
3-1.
3-1.
Yes. And that was huge. That was the game of the
But
weekend.
Arsene Wenger has a touchline ban, right?
Yes, you have to touch them.
Doesn't make any difference. He couldn't come to the touchline.
But he gives
Arsene Wenger,
but he sends
the manager.
messages. But he sends messages to him on his phone. He gives instructions to the assistant coach.
Yeah.
You couldn't come to the touchline.
Yes.
Maybe that
indeed.
would have affected Arsenal. He might claim that he wasn't there to inspire his team.
Indeed, and Liverpool got beat by Hall.
A setback for Liverpool.
Yeah, 2-0.
This I could like.
Yeah, that was unexpected. I mean, yes, these are one of those games where you think, Liverpool goes into play and they will win. That's when at the beginning of the season you put a tick by the win as a coach, and
that is a setback for sure.
a huge setback, and because of that, it has pushed them further down.
So they had what number?
They should be 4th now, I believe. I'll get the position for you in just a little while. I know it's Chelsea's first, followed by Spurs. And I think Arsenal and Liverpool are right there. Man City would be third now.
Man
So
City,
what's
yes.
Man U's
Man City, Man U is
United.
5th.
Fifth.
Yes, and they had a very good game. They beat Leicester. Last year's champions, 3 goals to 0.
Not doing well at all this year.
Not doing well, although they just won their FA thing against Derby City.
yes.
Yeah, they won that. So they're doing well, and also they're doing well in the Champions League.
Champions League.
It's a kind of
Round of
blessing.
16.
Yeah,
Round of 16. They qualified round of 16.
They've been playing very well in the Champions League and in the FA Cup, but for some reason this year in the
is not
BPL,
doing too well.
yes, they've and I guess they lost some of their key players as well, so that's also part of it. Man City did well, 2-1 against Swansea. Spurs won, and Spurs continues to win 1-0. The game that was to me was very interesting was Sunderland. Sunderland, bottom of the table, they were able to defeat Crystal Palace 4 goals to 0, and they had a very good outing last week. But they're still in a stellar position though. That has not removed them much. They remains last, but it's certainly a good sign for them. So in terms of the standings, we can just give it to you there in terms of the points.
Yeah.
Chelsea is ahead with 59 points, followed by Spurs with 50. Man City is in 3rd place with 49. Arsenal is 4th, 47. Liverpool is 5th, and Man United is 6th with 45. And then at the bottom of the table, which is always very interesting because that's where you're trying to avoid relegation, the indignity of playing in the first division. You want to avoid that. And,
the emotion.
Yeah, so Hull, Crystal Palace, and Sunderland are in the stellar positions. Hull is 20 points, Crystal Palace 19, and Sunderland 19. But the number 15 team only has 21 points, so just 2 points ahead.
So it's very close.
So that means none of these 3 teams have anything to worry about necessarily at this point. We will see some changes in that bottom line because even Leicester they're tottering at number 16, but only 21 points. So that means that even Leicester could see themselves in some difficulty there going forward, and it would be quite something if they were relegated.
A team that can surprise most teams. Everton. How is Everton faring this time?
Everton is doing well. They're right there in the solid. They're in a solid middle there. Number 7.
Middle.
Well, actually, better than middle. They're 7.
Very good.
Yes.
7.
Yeah, with 40 points.
Yes.
But I think the story for us to watch there is Leicester, and the question is, will they be relegated after winning?
That would be a disaster.
That would be quite something.
Has that ever happened before?
I can't recall
I can't recall it happening.
A team winning the championship and next year being relegated.
Yes. But they're in danger of that.
In the final, that would be a record of sorts.
I suspect it would be. But again, their win last year was, as you said, was a Cinderella story. Something that happens once every 500 years. It's not going to happen.
Then to go from top to bottom in 1 year.
1 year.
Something else.
Yes. So it's something to watch. Certainly going forward.
Yes. Well, it's 6:32.
Take a break.
Probably take our first break. When we come back, we look at some other items of sport. Our first break here on Sports Wrap.
Sign up for postpaid today. Get double the data and enjoy up to 100% off on selected handsets and get a chance to win $100 towards your first bill. Double the fun. Flow Carnival. Terms and conditions apply.
This is how we flow. Grab somebody and tell them hello.
This carnival season at Campbell's, get your high-quality banners printed and get more value for your money.
Small, medium, large, and extreme sizes for all your festive needs.
Costume bands, vendors, and all groups can get in on the action at Campbell's.
Also at Campbell's, bundle all your promotional printing needs for your event and save.
Choose the right bundle for you from our intimate, caution, major, or extreme packages.
Call 448-2618. That's 448-2618 for more information or visit us on Bath Road.
Yes, 448-2618 or visit us on Bath Road today.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Designer Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
Get healthy.
What gift can you give the vehicle which already has everything? Starting now, give your vehicle the gift of liquid titanium engine oil protection. Upgrade from the regular. Extend your engine's life. Banish and eliminate wear, oxidation, sludge, and corrosion with liquid titanium technology. Liquid titanium engine oils are proven to save you money by reducing your fuel consumption. For more information, go online to Phillips66lubricants.com or call Luke John at Concept Technologies 449-7123 for the best in lubricant quality and value. Concept Technologies Filter Shop, La Salle and Qualihoe, 449-7123.
Crystal Waters Blue Skies, a dramatic radio production capturing the under turmoil of an otherwise peaceful tropical paradise. Mondays and Wednesdays, just before the hot seat. Listen to Crystal Waters Blue Skies. Water, blaze, fire.
Yes, welcome back to Sports Wrap. Just want to inform you that, of course, we do not have the services of our friend and colleague Lockhart Sebastian, who is out there in Antigua, and they're doing his duties as a West Indies selector. And he is on assignment until this tournament comes to a close. So, Lockhart Sebastian, if you're listening, and let's hope you all the best. Your team, the winners, although right now you're not anymore the manager, but still you must have an affinity for the winners team that you managed for so many years, to see them right before your very eyes. In fact, I saw the video, the cameras taking Lockhart for sort of hat. I don't know where he got that hat from, and I could, he looked English for kind of a felt hat, So I think he was very unhappy deep down that the Windwards could not have performed better. But we have a very interesting item to do with athletics. It involves the IAAF president, Sebastian Coe, is in the news. And it appears that there is a freezing of all nationality switches. So you cannot just switch your allegiance as before. Let's see if we can get deeper into that issue of the freezing of nationality switches in athletics. So Thompson Foundation is trying its best to get the
qualification criteria must have been satisfied and must continue to be satisfied moving forward. The testing of Russian athletes must take place without any further adverse incidents or difficulties. RUSAF must explain how, moving forward, it will be able to enforce all suspensions imposed on athletes and athlete support personnel under its jurisdiction in an effective and timely fashion. In addition, the Doping Review Board in IAAF will consider any applications by junior athletes under 18 for permission to compete as neutral athletes in the IAAF World Under 18 Championships in Nairobi in July 2017. Finally, based on the task force report and recommendations, the Council decided not to reinstate RUSAF to membership yet, but to accept the roadmap identified by the task force.
Yes, that's it. Was that the president himself?
No.
That was a technical. Actually, that was the wrong insert. There was that us insert dealt with the Russian
And the doping
ban.
Yeah, Russian
It's
ban.
basically saying that they will keep the ban in place at least until November
Yes.
of this year. However,
The
the
doping
younger
aspect.
Russian athletes under age 18, the clean ones can apply separately or individually to compete. And we have the World Championships coming up this year.
In London.
So that is one of those that they will meet. I think this we have Sebastian
Do you
Coe
have the
here now.
correct? We have
Yeah, let's
Sebastian
see.
Coe now.
Yes.
The IAAF president himself.
have done everything we could to separate the regime from the individual athlete, and we've always felt that that was a proportionate response. We did so in and around the maintenance of the suspension of RUSAF at our Vienna meeting, and the ability for athletes to be, if they could prove that they were clean, to have a position or a commitment. But I think Runa's made it very clear that with the maintenance of the suspension of RUSAF, that could only take place on a neutral basis.
Okay, we still don't have the correct one.
Correct.
Yes, we'll see if we can pull it up. But we can talk about it though, and inform the listeners.
Yes,
Mano.
Ozzy,
Yes, go ahead,
yes,
Louis.
Ozzy, on this ban on, in terms of switching nationality,
nationality switch has been banned.
Yeah, it has its pros and cons, First of all, they're saying that it's not fair to countries having massive investment in, and suddenly, you just switch allegiance to another country.
Right.
All right, there are one or two countries that who are, in terms of, not happy about that. For example, I give one, is Kenya.
You're not happy about the freezing
of the
switches?
Because they have this massive surplus in middle distance runners. For example, you have Kenya in the middle distance, you have close to 200 athletes in the 800 and the 1500 meters. We are the only, in any competition, you have only the top 3 going to represent Kenya. They said, what's going to happen to the rest of the athletes? We'll never have a chance.
Yes, and also it's a lot of concern because it seemed to affect disproportionately African athletes. So the question is, why is it that because African athletes are benefiting from this, where they could play for another country? For example, in the Rio Olympics, the guy who won the steeplechase, I don't remember his name right now, he actually competed for Bahrain.
Bahrain, yes.
Okay, and we have Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, all of the Gulf states and so on that would pay big money for those African athletes, and they were allowed to play because they could switch from whether Ethiopian, even the US bought a few Ethiopian athletes and Kenyan athletes. So it seems now, I think the discussion is revolving around why it is that the IF is placing this ban, seeing that it's mainly the African athletes who are benefiting from that move.
So is there a general opposition to that policy?
Yes, there is because you see, because what it did is that it allowed the, as I said, the athletes to actually make a living, because some of them, they could not necessarily, they were good enough to compete, they're good enough to compete on the world stage, but because the competition is so intense in their country, they cannot make it, but then they can go to a United Kingdom or to a US or to a Bahrain and they will be on the team and make money in the process.
But so what happened in Fountain, I believe that thinking about because of Bahrain. Now Bahrain in particular, you saw in terms of an increase in athletes from all, especially from Kenya.
From Kenya, yes.
Right, even from Jamaica. You see some sprinters, from Jamaica.
In Bahrain.
Yes, in Bahrain, yes, at the last Olympic Games. All right.
It does affect in Jamaica.
It won't affect Jamaica.
Well, it will to the extent that Jamaican athletes were beginning to do the same thing. They would go. I mean, as far back as the 1990s, we had Merlin Oti,
yes,
who played who ran for Spain.
Eventually,
I mean, even here in Dominica, we've had it. Jerome Romain, our top triple jumper, he switched allegiance to France. But then you could argue that his parents, or he had some French connection. But in this case, you have individuals without any kind of connection to those countries, but they were going there because they were being attracted by large money. But what the AAF was really concerned about, they said that become almost like a huckster's market, where you were basically parading athletes across countries, so that they had those middlemen, they said, who would get lists of athletes. They would act like agents, and they would go from country to country selling those athletes basically, and the highest bidder, then they would trade them off too.
Like a racket.
But you see, so that's what they were trying to avoid. But I think in the process they have dampened the.
Well, I guess every move has its pros and its cons.
The problem in sports today also is MONEY, money. And everybody want to make a living. The days gone by in terms of being an amateur and just have fun in sports, Ozzy.
Playing for the glory, for the fun and glory of
Why
it.
spend 15 years?
You know, glory cannot buy food in the market for you.
I'm telling you that. So presently, people look in terms of there's life after sports.
Yes.
What life do I have?
Right.
Just going on the amateur scene for the next 12, 13 years.
It happens in every sport now. Every sport.
So that is the problem, and the number of the athletes, not just countries, some of the athletes are not happy at all about that.
But so is this policy just for a trial time of a period?
No, it's coming to effect soon.
It's coming to effect.
Yes, it's almost immediately.
Yes.
It's something that they had kind of flirted with since last year, and now they more or less formalized it.
I'll give you an example. Remember when we had this thing about the Olympic Games, about Bolt, and I brought up this name, Miguel Francis. Now, Miguel Francis was born in Montserrat, raised in Antigua all his life. Now, as a Montserrat is still a British subject, British citizen.
Citizens, right.
Now, he was developed by the Antiguan authorities, sent him to Jamaica, right, High Performance Center. And there, he's a household name he's number one, if he wasn't injured, I'm telling you that he was not injured in the Olympic Games. I don't know what happened at the training ground. Just 2 or 3 days before the 200 meters, I am telling you about that. He's the athlete to look out for. Suddenly we are hearing that he wants to switch allegiance to England.
Right, so this will have side benefits to it.
But in this case, it will be okay because he has, if you like, dual nationality.
But yet still, he must get released from the Antiguan authorities, which they had refused. Or he has to stay at least 2 years. 2 years, all right? He has up to 2 years for him to represent England. So with this ban now coming up now, I doubt.
No, but I think in his case, what I'm saying that since he was born in Montserrat, that makes him a British citizen, so he can participate for that.
Right. But yes, still, he has to get clearance from the
Antiguans.
Yes, from the Antigua.
Yes, but I don't think that ban is going to affect them. The people this ban affects really directly, individuals, say a Kenyan trying to run for Bahrain, or Jamaican trying to run for
what they offer you in Bahrain is all like $250,000.
It's a lot of money. It's insane money.
So good money.
Yes, I mean, they have the cash, they don't have the talent, they were able to buy it.
Somebody trying to reach us. It's not a red light.
Yes, indeed.
Caller trying to reach us here at Sports Rap. Welcome to Sports Rap, caller.
Ozzy, good evening, and good evening to Mr. Fonkin and my good friend.
Good evening, Mr. Luther.
Ozzy,
sir.
You finish with the athletics. I know you pass on football.
Yes.
But you all skipped something that was very, very important. I hope you take it on. There was an incident at a match over the weekend. Last weekend, where a referee was eaten with a stone.
The referee was
want to condemn that.
stoned?
Yes, definitely. We want to hear your take on that.
Okay, Luther, thanks for that information. Lobby,
yes,
do you know more about that incident?
Yes, I heard about that, Ozzy.
A referee being stoned.
Yeah, but I heard that on the news. But I've been doing my own investigation, and I understood that the whole thing started that the referee issued a red card right? The red card, and here the player was not happy, and gesticulating. He wasn't happy, and the referee
just stone a referee.
No. What happened is, I understood, the referee went and collared the player.
That wasn't right either.
That itself caused, and eventually now the game was blown off.
Yeah.
So that caused.
That happened when Louis when?
I think when
and where?
And Newtown it happened.
Newtown.
Yeah, Newtown.
At Harlem.
Yes, the players from Baffin State. Right.
And also
we have to condemn the incident. It's
but you see, the thing is that I'm saying that if the referee went and he collared the guy,
physically collared the guy,
he was wrong. That itself initiated the whole thing. Yes,
definitely. You're not supposed to collar a
guy at all. If that was that was done. Instead, you initiated. That's an assault already.
Despicable behavior.
Yeah. So everything turned haywire at the end.
And also, thanks to all listeners, I'm just receiving a text from Derek there concerning the question we asked earlier about the relegation.
Yes.
And it says, yes, it has happened before to Manchester City.
Yes.
It's in 1937.
37.
Manchester City won the championship, and the following season they were relegated, becoming the first and only team in the history of the game.
It has
happened once before, and also it also happened that same time they had scored the most goals, but they also were relegated.
Yes.
So I really want to thank.
There is a precedent.
Yes.
We'll thank the caller for that.
Yes, absolutely.
We have another caller. Yes, caller. Welcome to Sports Wrap.
Hi guys, what's up?
Hi.
Hey, Bogoroy, how are you?
Famous Bogoroy.
As I heard about this incident that occurred with this student at football, that brings us back to Soso, which is present in Dominica.
Winston Soso, former goalkeeper.
From tomorrow.
Yes.
I don't know if you were on the mic that day. I don't know if you were commenting.
I might not have been, but I remember Soso goalkeeping in those days.
St. Vincent.
For St. Vincent.
When Dominica played St. Vincent,
yep.
the Park, at the ending of the
game,
an ugly incident. Stones, yes.
And even when they ran from the Windsor Park to Cherry Lodge, they were still stoned.
Yeah, I heard him talking about it, that is Soso himself on the air this morning, talking about the incident.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that was in retaliation to what they had done to us in St. Vincent. St. Vincent to play a tournament,
yes.
And while we were by our hotel, we were stoned, and when we came back, the guys were giving their version, and they got very upset, and they said they'll wait for the Vincents.
So they were waiting for the Vinces.
They were stoned.
Oh my God!
Talking about that just came to my mind. And
yes.
At the time was Soso in St. Vincent and Bogoroy in Dominica.
Bogoroy in Dominica goal, and Winston Soso in St. Vincent goal.
And incidentally, the only person that they didn't touch, I don't know for what reason, was Soso and the referee from St. Lucia. They didn't touch these two guys, but there's a guy named Rudy Boucher.
Rudy Boucher,
I remember Boucher, yes.
Yes. He got the most stones, and it was really hurtful.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Running down Kennedy Avenue.
Right to Cherry Lodge.
To the hotel, and they were stoned at the hotel, So I didn't brought that there, I just thought maybe I'd
Yes. Okay, Bogi. All right, thank you, Bogi, for the incident. Guys, I think what we can do now is probably call our fan club.
Yes, our fan club.
And then we devote the last hour to cricket.
Mighty Cricket.
I haven't got a segment of where are they now.
And your thing.
But I have a quiz.
I
have a quiz. When I come back, I'll give the quiz. I'm going to give now a hail to our myriad of fans around the globe, Thompson Fontaine. So let me it's now 6:52, and welcome to Sports Wrap. Those of you joining in now, let me just say hello to Clem Fingal out there, and BABA, and BABA's brother in Dominica, Randy Charles. There's Kent Abraham and Joe Abraham, my good friends, very die-hard fanatics. They get ready from 2 hours before the program starts and wait for the start of it. Would you imagine that? From 4 o'clock on a Thursday, they get ready to listen. I can't believe it. Then you have Cecilia Duran, Cecilia Matthew of the Market, Elsa of Vacars, former friend of the late Triple A, and how we miss Triple A. Hermanus Emmanuel, that's a great footballer of yesteryear. Elika and Frances of Salisbury as Ka and Frances of Salisbury. Cassie Cott and Taggy, can't forget these guys. They are fanatics. Blessings as well. Listens to sports rap religiously. Harper and Edwards and Clinton Antwine of Forkole. These guys are really avid listeners to sports rap. Dr. Emmanuel Finn, whose father passed away recently. I think we offer our condolences as well recently. If not, it's not too late to repeat it or repeat them. And Dr. Emmanuel Finn out in Washington, we wish you all the best. Lee Robinson in Florida, the Sunshine State. And there's also Paul Joseph of La Plaine. Paul, the former fast bowler in his heyday and cricket commentator for some time and a great sports fan. There's Bolin Peter, my dear friend from Newtown, one of the greatest human beings in that neck of the woods. Bolin, welcome to you. Dr. Justice Irvin Andre, who had a fantastic program with Dr. Thompson Fontaine. A week ago, Thompson?
Yes.
Last
Sunday.
Last Sunday, that thing was just so instructive and illuminating that I thought it could go on for the next 2 hours. I think you should get him back sometime.
Yes, I certainly plan to.
So I'm sure he's listening to us, Dr. Justice Irvin Andre, a brilliant author. He has authored so many books and biographies and cricket to all types, walks of life. He's just a great Dominican, Dr. Justice Irvin Andre. Mr. G, of course, the great facilitator of democracy and out there in Canada. Robert Peter, my erstwhile colleague at work and my dear friend from Collio. I hope you're doing much better now, Robert. And Elizabeth Peter also worked with her for many years in the Ministry of Health and Education those days. And Elizabeth Peter, probably one of the staunchest Novak fans, tennis fans. I'm just joking. I don't think she likes Novak too much.
She likes
Nadal. Likes Nadal. Now, Dr. Vivian Moyes is also a great sports fan. And who can forget Dr. Hendricks Paul, that great Dominican surgeon who gives such phenomenal work and a phenomenal contribution, I should say, to Dominica in his role as a surgeon. Great sports fan as well. Good evening to you, Hendricks. I'm sure you're listening. And our dear friend Bogo Roy, great goalkeeper, just called us a few moments ago. And Teresa and Dennis Polidor out there in Canada, good evening to you all. Blue, I think probably by now you should be coming back in time for the final to see whether Dice can defend his crown. Blue, I know you're a great Dice fan and you would not want to miss the grand final on the 25th of February. And Elman, her husband at Bathurst State. Rambo, good evening to Rambo. Ninja Henderson, the guy from Point Michelle. Then there's Claude and Pat Gist. There's Felix Leslie, my great friend from Portsmouth, agriculturist, and one of the great contributors to my program, Felix Leslie. Billy Amor, great statistician. Billy Amor, I haven't heard him yet, waxing eloquently since Roger Federer's epic 18th Grand Slam. Billy, I haven't heard from you. I know you've been dying for Roger Federer to move up from that 17, which it seems you're stuck on at the 17th Grand Slam. Charles Marie, well, there's nobody, as I said, in the world that I know who loves sport, no matter what, more than Charles Marie, one of the famous Marie brothers. Andy Carter, my good friend, colleague, Daryl Titt, Jordan Newton, Roy James, my neighbor, Dr. Dave Lloyd, I haven't been seeing him for some time. There's Clotilda Doctorow, this lady who's really been a ardent sports fan, follower. She's scored so many times in her heyday. Roy Tavernier, Birds, the man they call Birds, Chesney, and Bradley Joseph of the RCC fame, Jeff Williams, Tyson Johnson of the pharmacy, my good friend, Mr. Johnson, and the lady, I don't forget her name, Mrs. Gordon as well, up there. And also, I missed him today. I was at the hospital today. I missed my good friend, the stand-up comedian and Calypsonian
Prosper.
Peter Pross.
Also to Corbett, who's doing well, understood.
Corbett, who's doing well now.
Yes,
he's convalescing.
Yes.
Gustav Williams, there's Ozzy Walsh.
There's Clem John.
Clem John as well.
Yes.
Great Clem John, Irving Schillingford, Glenn Ducre, and Boyo Seaman of Maho area, Shirley Mills of Layo, Michael Murphy, my good friend, Michael Murphy and his wife, Gilbert Williams, Orange Schillingford, Vivian Alexander, or Alcendo, I should say, and there's Norman Schillingford. Now I see him has resumed
now
his contributions on the air. Very powerful contributions. Norman, I wish you all the best here from Sports Rap. Roy Tavernier and
Mr. Louis,
Mr. Whitnell Louis and Thomas Louis
and Begaye,
Whitnell Louis, that great farmer, illustrious man from the coast, man.
He told you last week, don't touch Serena.
Say, don't touch Serena, man. Don't touch it. I have to apologize to Whitnell Louis, man. Oh, yeah. Whitnell, good evening to you, Whitnell. Okay, there's Franklin Aron, my friend in Toronto. And one or two others. Quickly, I'll talk about Robertson Laura, Sergeant Bertrand, and his father, the ex-fire chief, my good dear friend. I met him today, saw him. Dangleben of Point Michel.
So don't forget this one.
And you can't forget Dangleben of Point Michel. Angelo Joseph and Joseph Mann. I saw Joseph Mann today. And there's so many others, Ruby, but I pause here.
Yeah, I want to say hello to my wife, presently who's doing some exercising. Very good. And also to Supael and his wife Paula in Canada. I know they are listening and they're doing a human service for Calypso in Dominica. Continue the good work with your music. Also to the Bertrand family in Kenville, St. Louis, and James Electronics, T-Boy and Patricia, don't forget at Eatery tomorrow. Price in St. Croix. I want to say hello to Edison Arlen in Bath State. Also to Joghead, Jojo Bala, Mickey, Robin, and the Kensborough crew. Also Muku, Dr. Piper.
Muku, that's Popeye. Popo. Great Popo.
Yes. Tata and the crew at the Financial Square.
Famous Tata.
The
shortest, greatest basketballer of all time.
Sharpshooter, that's where he was. JB the Juice Man in Pottersville. I want to say hello to Wilma Bellat in Pottersville, and also Pond in Bath State, and the crew in the Botanic Gardens. Say hello to you all. Fans in Collyho, Salisbury, St. Joseph, Monratchet, Portsmouth, the Northeast as far as Marigot, Calibishi. Also our fans, especially also in the Rosa Market.
Oh yeah,
they said, don't forget them at all. The entire crew.
Countless fans in
Rosa
the
Market.
In the market.
Hello to Mr. Patrick John, St. Heavy Shillingford, Mr. Philip Allen, Irvin Augustine, Darian Simon, and Curtis. And
don't forget David Defoe in Holland.
David Defoe.
Famous in fast medium left.
Babs Dyer and Muku, and Joe Kentish and Za, Emmanuel, Cecilia Deloney, Jerry in Newton, Mr. and Mrs. Roy in Goodwill, John Lewis in Soufriere, and last but not least, Loca Sebastian.
Loca Sebastian to us, Loca Sebastian, and I think Loca is listening to us.
And I'm hoping that you are watching your weight.
But I like the hat you were wearing, Loca, at one of the matches recently. Dr. Thompson Fontaine, we have a caller?
Yes, we have.
Yes, see. Welcome
we have
to
a caller that has been
Rap.
There for the longest while.
Some time, yes. They will take your.
Hello.
Welcome to Sports Rap.
Good evening, Ozzy Lewis, my good friend.
Oh, Norman. Yes.
And Dr. Thompson Fontaine.
Yes, indeed.
All-rounder Fontaine.
Oh, yeah.
All-rounder, very versatile.
You're very versatile, Dr. Fontaine.
Indeed.
And extra versatile, Mr. Emmanuel Lobla.
Hey, my brother, how are you doing, How are you doing? I understood you have a serious snowstorm there,
Oh, I just got in. I just finished traveling and cleaning up my vehicle for tomorrow.
Norman, it's so good to hear your voice again, man. We were wondering, you had a deafening silence for a prolonged, protracted period. It's good to hear you again, Norman.
Yes, Ozzy, I've been listening to the Calypsos and everything. You've been doing a fantastic job, Ozzy. I'm impressed with you.
Thank you very much.
You make me laugh. You get me so exuberant that sometimes I cry.
Thank you, Norman. Thank you.
Now, Ozzy, I just want to bring some really sad news to you. You just mentioned Robert Peters.
Yes.
He expired today at the Boston Medical Center.
Robert Peter?
Yeah, he expired there.
What?
Yeah, he died this morning. At the
That's
Boston
Robert Peter from Collyho?
Robert Peters and Bob Peters for Diane.
Yes, for Diane.
Bob for Diane. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Bob. Oh, what? He expired today.
Yes.
Yeah, he expired
May
today
rest in
at the
peace.
Boston, with cancer.
Oh, God. Yes. Okay. Bobman. Famous Bobman.
Yes, Bob.
Yeah.
Bob.
Diane
Yes.
Peters.
Oh,
My
Diane. Yes.
My schoolmate, Ozzy. Yeah, my schoolmate.
Yes. I'm sad to hear that now. Very sad.
Why you are not hearing me is because of my daughter, you know.
I know you had a prolonged grief-stricken period.
Yeah, I'm still going through my little ins and outs, but you know.
But you're coming out of it slowly.
Slowly but surely. Never will be forgotten. That kid was brilliant, lovely.
It really affected you tremendously, Norman. It shook you.
Oh yeah, it really
in a soul.
My heart, you know. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
God is in charge.
That's right, Norman.
Very, very important.
But it's good to hear you.
And I will keep on ponging, Ozzy. I'm going to start ponging very hard.
Well,
these fellas. Yeah.
It's your democratic right, Norman. Freedom of speech, you know.
Yeah, they gotta go. They gotta go. Anyway, I know it's Sports Wrap. I would like to say so much, but I'll give you all the opportunity, and I will be listening, Ozzy.
All right. Thank you for calling, Norman, and I wish you all the best.
My pleasure, Ozzy. And Ozzy, you're fantastic. You're the best. You're the best.
Thank you, Norman. Thank you.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you very much, Norman, for this kind words.
My pleasure.
Yes.
God bless.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's Norman Schillingford. Bye-bye. So Bob Peters, man.
Yeah, I know him very well.
Diane Peters' fame.
Diane Peters' fame, I know
so
that.
it's not the Robert of Collyho.
Diane Peter and Bob Peter. So Fontaine, you can call, yes.
Yes. Oh yeah, I still get my half second to say greetings to the many fans of the program all across the globe, but in particular to my fans in Grand Fond. I know there is that shop. I always call that shop the Jacqueline shop at the head of Grand Fond there in Boulevard. And all the guys, they come around and they all listen together. Georgie's, Arthur, Henry, Jacqueline, Cachette, Zami, Ernest, you name it. They all come there. James, Onion, they all assemble there, and they're listening right now. And if I miss anybody, that's why I've been very careful. I don't want to miss any of them that they're listening at this time. And of course, Lasborn and Knowlton and Vanjay and all the others in Riviera, Sirik and Munja that always listen, and they always remind you that they're listening. And Garfield and Grand Fond, certainly I want to say good afternoon to all of you, and thank you so much for continuing to listen and for making Sports Wrap the biggest sports program.
Well, somebody came to me and
in the
told
Caribbean.
me, with all my modesty, they told me, Ozzy, Sports Wrap is probably the most popular program in Dominica.
In Dominica, without a doubt.
I didn't ask him to say anything. He came up to me. I thought he was going to collar me or something. And he told me, no, man, listen to me. That's what he told me. You know, I didn't even want to repeat those things because, you know, my modesty doesn't allow for that.
Indeed.
But I know because I can feel that the number of fans, and I keep saying all the time, the number has grown exponentially. True. Rapidly. You know, you hear everybody tell you they don't know sports. People don't even know about sports. I went to the hospital this morning and some ladies, I don't even know them. I don't think they're sports fans either, but they say they must listen to the Sports Wrap program. Just today,
indeed.
I'm just telling you, Lobby.
And especially as we went this week, we brought about the Botanic Gardens with the characters.
Yes.
Those days of the Botanic Gardens.
And they said they like to hear when they go back in time.
They love
and
that.
Bring the old days.
Because they were in the gardens. They were there.
They were there in those days, yes.
Heyday in the Botanic Gardens.
Aged now, but you remember those great days in the gardens when almost everybody from every walk of stratum of society made their way to these little gardens, thousands of people, and it was something else.
Like a picnic, you know.
Man, the late 50s and the 60s, and some people still survive in that period. Tell you, Sports Rap brings those days back.
Beautiful days, man.
Like no other program does. I feel very good to know that I was actually there and played for Dominica just around that time. The great Clem John century. People still talk about it. Like we talk about, some of the most epic moments in Dominica sport. Like the Clem John 177. Almost everybody knew that. It was a landmark that you could never forget. There's so many things that happened, and I witnessed them. I was a part of them. So I feel so good to know I could relate to them, Roby.
Yeah,
and still have the strength to come here and host this program.
Yeah, I remember this inning of Irvin in the Gardens, vintage Irvin, this quick-hot.
Yeah.
Remember that thing was, look, that ball hit the pavilion and get back, Irvin was unbelievable that day. And when Grayson, it was Gresham.
Yeah, well,
yes,
You had Gresham,
from St. Lucia.
St. Lucia was people like,
that famous day. This bouncers, was rain on this man here. When the man looked under this thing was just red. People felt sorry for him.
I know Victor Rez, who wasn't a batsman, he was a left-arm spinner. But he came batting lower down. He was peppered, by Grayson and Philip in those days. Victor Rez, the left-arm spinner.
Victor Rez, right.
Oh, yes,
Those two, look, this
of course, the fiercest fast bowler I ever saw in my youth was Frank Mason of St. Vincent.
Okay.
My God, this guy has to be the best fast bowler who ever played cricket, who never played a test match. Has to be Frank Mason. I could never forget this guy. He was just awesome. When he just saw Mason, you were scared, man. This man, he struck the fear into you. Mason marking off his run alone. You would tremble like a leaf, man. Just something else in those days, man.
And playing without helmets, right?
But we had no helmets in those days.
You're talking about, a caller, yes.
I think we have a caller. Welcome to Sports Rap caller.
Hello, good evening.
Oh, Elizabeth is your name.
No, I have a serious joke for you.
Serious joke?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Fontaine.
Yes.
Who did you vote for, Trump or Clinton?
No, he doesn't want to divulge that.
Huh?
He doesn't want to divulge.
All right.
I don't know. I can't speak for him.
He couldn't vote.
I could not vote. I did not vote for any.
I'm coming to my joke now. Okay?
Yes.
Now, apparently, Steph Curry has a contract with some food.
Adidas.
You heard that, Under Armour or something like that. He has a $4 million deal, and I think they're going to increase it to 15 million.
Mm-hmm.
So the CEO now of that firm, Under Armour, I don't know if it's a shoe firm or whatever.
Shoe.
It's
Sneaker.
A shoe firm?
Yes, sneaker.
So the CEO of that firm said Trump is an asset to the firm.
Mm-hmm.
So Steve Curry said, I agree with you if you remove the ET.
Somebody told me that was a joke. Asset and
and that cost some
That cost him 11 million.
Yes.
And he lost the contract. Yeah, she went.
Yes, I think they're contemplating that.
Yes.
Wow, interesting. More callers, Ozzy.
More callers. Welcome to Sports Rap caller. Hello?
Megan, also talking about Frank Mason.
Frank Mason.
Fast bowler. I believe that must be a record for a man to have bowled so fast that he didn't knock out the batsman that basically wicketkeepers I do in the Gardens.
Yes.
I don't know if you can remember that. Frank Mason.
Bowling to whom? Oh, Brisbane.
The guy, what is the ball? The batsman pulled forward, he missed, and it hit the wicketkeeper in his eyebrow, and that's going to the hospital for stitches.
Okay, well, Brisbane was also a Vincentian batsman, eh?
Yes.
So, I don't know who it was a St. Lucian batsman?
Alright, begin.
Which batsman it was, Roy?
I think he's already left. But we have...
Mason was a terror.
More callers.
He didn't
Yes.
lose the contract, eh?
Oh, he didn't lose the
They said
contract.
that is business, so it had nothing to do with the contract.
Okay.
But Curry also went on to say, if something is not in line with what I'm about, then I definitely need to take a stand. But they said he wouldn't lose the contract. That's nothing.
Okay. Okay, Elizabeth, thanks for calling. Yes.
But Ozzy, I don't know if you could recall Fountain, a piece of bowling by Grayson in the Windsor Park when we were first when they played this Windward versus Barbados. Remember this piece of bowling? Both green. It was Alvin and Gordon who played
in Windsor Park.
Yes, it was Alvin. They were free. Green was the three of them. Alvin.
There was Alvin, Gordon, and the other batsman was Alvin, Gordon, and Jeffrey Greenwich. The white fellow was called Jeffrey Greenwich.
Yes.
No relation to Gordon or Alvin. I think we have another caller. Welcome to Sports Rap, caller.
Yes, sir. The caller
has disappeared.
You see, and as I said, Fountain, in those days, Fountain, there wasn't any helmet, you know. And the guy, they never had chest pad, elbow pad.
All guys survived.
All guys survived. And
I don't understand.
To me, as if were these players real?
Boy, because nowadays guys are so protective.
And yes, still can, you know.
We have a caller. Welcome to Sports Rap.
Good evening, sirs.
Evening.
Good evening.
Dr. Fontaine, Mr. Z, and Mr. Lobra.
Hey, how are you, Mr. Louis?
Oh, Whitnell.
Early now.
Yes.
Yes, you talk about Frank Mason.
You saw him?
Of course.
All right, Whitnell, Mr. Whitnell.
My fiercest bowler I ever noticed in my entire life is Frank Mason.
Yes.
Freddie Truman.
Yes.
And Andy Roberts.
Andy Roberts, yes.
These are the three I pick for myself.
You remember Fred Truman, eh?
Oh, yes, Fred Truman.
Yes.
I mean, remember when I started following cricket in the higher level, Frank Truman has the world record, you know, before Gibbs take it from him.
Yes, he had a record 304 wickets at first, yes.
He had 306.
Until it was broken by, I think, Lance Gibbs.
Lance Gibbs made 309.
And then the rest is history. Many people have broken it.
Right.
But Mr. Lee, you go way back in the 50s.
Yeah, that's it.
The 50s,
but
man. Fred Truman.
Mason was a fierce bowler. I don't know how people could play it.
Did you see Val Felix back for Dominica?
No.
Okay.
Maybe I was in his ground.
What about Alec Reed?
Alec Reed, I catch and keep, yes.
Yeah, keeping wicket?
Yep.
Fantastic, man. The best ever.
No, Alec Reed, I never see one like him anymore.
No, there's never been one like Alec Reed.
No. I saw him myself.
Okay, you saw him, right. So, good, yes.
Thank you very much for listening all the time.
Thanks for your contribution, man, Mr. Lee.
Idea.
All right.
Yes,
illustrious Whitnell Louis,
man.
Yes.
But you know Ozzy and Fountain, yes, go ahead.
Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Rap. Hello?
Yes, caller, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this other caller.
Hello?
Yeah, Ozzy.
Yes, sir.
Remember Empire playing Dominica?
Empire playing. Oh yes, the Empire from Barbados. The club from Barbados.
I think that bowler from Barbados was bowling on the northern end, and he hit Box Hill in his head and go right in the performance, you know. Box
Hill, yes. I remember the Empire Club came here and played, yes, in the gardens. You're right. These are great days, great days. Thanks, caller, for. Oh, Popo. Moku. Okay, Popo, thanks for your contribution there. Yes.
You see, when we talk about Mason Fountain, one bowler also was always remember. You see, Bernard Defoe, that left-hand bowler. David Defoe. Oh, I mean, he was exceptional. Just exceptional.
Well, I saw people way back in the late 40s, Bobby Pemberton was a hell of a fast bowler.
Left hand.
I think Bobby's still alive. Right hand fast bowler.
Right hand. I'm going left hand.
Bunty Roll was a left hand fast medium bowler.
You saw?
Deceased Algie Fingal, a hell of a pace bowler too, These guys played very late 40s and early 50s.
Also, to compare these two left-handers, Bernard Julian and Defoe.
Well,
let's just say, you think Defoe was a Bajan at the time?
Well, potentially, I think Defoe had all the attributes, everything, but maybe he was born in the wrong place at the wrong time. But he definitely had all the attributes to be a great bowler. But Bernard Julian went on to play for West Indies for quite some time. Bernard Julian was also a reasonable rounder. But David Defoe definitely people like Caleb Laura to me was the most difficult bowler I've ever faced in my life. Was always Caleb Laura. His length, man. And he was not flighting. He was low trajectory and not pitching up or pitching short on that length, and getting the ball to bounce, and he turned either way, and he gave you a slower one. He had variety. This man was just a remarkable bowler, you know.
Until he never made the West Indies.
No, he never made the West Indies.
Until this trainer then keep umpire tried to disgrace him, calling for no ball.
Yes, they no ball him.
Umpire Lala, it was?
Umpire Lala.
Lala.
Yeah. We have a caller. Welcome to Sports Rap.
Yes, I'm the African brother.
African brother.
You never mentioned me, but I'm listening every person.
Okay, African brother. Yes, yes.
And speaking of fast bowlers, you never mentioned West Hall.
West Hall.
Yeah.
Okay. We've mentioned West Hall from time to time. But you know, that's a great man. I always think of West Hall. Yes. Okay.
Well, at those times, the Irvin Shillingford was driving in.
Yeah.
And I think my brother made a song over that and got first runner-up in the Calypso competition.
And that was who again?
Mighty Ugly.
Oh, the Mighty Ugly. Oh yeah, man. I remember the Mighty Ugly, of course.
Yeah, that's my brother.
That's Vigo, man. Famous Vigo.
The Mighty Ugly.
Mighty Ugly. He had a good voice. He could sing. Yeah, I remember him well. Vigo.
Yeah, yes. And he made a song out of West Hall because West Hall was really bowling
fast.
Shillingford drive in.
Shillingford cover drive in. Okay, African brother. Thank you, man.
I'm listening.
Okay, thanks for listening. Good.
We'll
take a break, but with more calls, so we have to welcome and take the calls as they come. Welcome to Sports Rap. We'll take a break and then look at cricket, but welcome to Sports Rap.
Welcome, Ozzy Lewis.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Names like Marley Frampton,
Ivan Shillingford, Bobby Pemberton,
Val Felix,
Bunty Roll,
Cochran, Melee,
Cocky, Jerome Cocky, Simu Francis.
Well, I want to leave room for others, but when you talk of Shillingford, the list is unending. And at one stage, there was never a Dominica team without a Shillingford.
Or at least one or two.
Over.
What is Frampton?
Oh, yes. Marley Frampton was a batsman. Very good batsman.
What number he batted to Dominica?
High up in the top 5.
Top 5. Okay.
Marley and Ivan Shillingford, the top batsmen.
So Pemberton was very fast.
Bobby Pemberton, very fast. Bobby Bowl. That's the original song was Bowl, Bobby Bowl, Bobby Cap Bowl, Pulus Del Sol Kabawi. That's the original chant.
Okay.
From 1951.
Okay.
Bowl, Bobby Bowl. I think we have another caller. Welcome to Sports Rap caller.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Barry, man, the famous statistician.
You all forget Jerome Mello, man.
Yes, a bit more recent times.
Jerome Mello, the first ball in '64 he gave to George Samuel. He floored him, you know.
Yeah. We're looking at more ancient times, Barry.
Speaking about
you remember Cocky? You saw Cocky?
No.
Oh, you saw Frank Mason?
I saw Frank.
You saw that fast bowler again, I forget his name now, Macaulay from St. Vincent, a fast medium bowler, cutting that ball with Frank Clouden. Yes, Clouden was a good fast medium bowler.
With all their quickness, Vin Shillingford scored his first century at Victoria Park.
Yes.
And Vince, you know,
in 1962.
Yes,
I was there.
He scored his first century.
I saw the century.
Macaulay,
I was on the
Clouden.
team. Macaulay was a good bowler, boy.
He was good. Mason
was
about West Hall.
Yeah.
West Hall broke the off stump of Peter Mayno in a test match at Sabina.
Is that right?
Of course, in the same game, he gave him a bouncer, and Peter May walked 20 yards, and he dropped.
That was a classical batsman, man. Peter May, my goodness, boy. Lovely, tall, upright, fluent batsman, great fluent cricketer, man.
Yes, Peter May. But he couldn't handle all, man.
Well, how was extra fast, eh? Okay, Barry.
Vin Shillingford told me, fastest bowler he ever faced was Charlie Griffith.
Charlie Griffith.
Yeah, he wins up. Charlie was
All has many stories about him, man. And the last story about West Hall is that at Lords, when West Indies wanted to Freddie Freedomwick to win, and Cowdrey came out
with the broken hand,
the broken arm. And he
Yes.
bowled 16 overs from the nursery and when he came back to the pavilion, and when he removed his socks, Ozzy, his 2 feet were dripping blood.
Hull.
Where's all?
You think today these young fast bowlers are going to do that for you, Barry?
But there is an upcoming quickie, Ozzy.
Mhm.
We have to look at him, you know.
From where?
Leonard Leverage. The boy is quick.
From where?
From Jamaica.
Okay, we'll have to watch him and see how he.
At the moment, Jamaica is playing Guyana.
Yes.
And the boy is quick. The boy is quick because I look at him and then I think.
Is it a semi-final they're playing?
No. They are
wrong
playing in the what Barbados has unqualified.
Yeah.
But Jamaica is now playing.
Jamaica and Barbados qualified.
Yeah,
And
but I think
another group,
Jamaica
the
will
winner
qualify.
was the
Jamaica
was
and Barbados will
Trinidad.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I am picking my team to face England, you know, in the one day.
Yeah. England will here soon to play some one days. Yes.
England.
Powell and Brathwaite, most definitely. Open the batting. And my pacemen, Leverage, Gabriel, and Taylor.
Taylor?
Which Taylor?
Taylor, Jerome Taylor.
No, you're not serious.
Jerome Taylor.
No, Jerome Taylor.
No, man. Jerome Taylor is.
No. Oh no. He has been tried and proven many times.
When isn't it? You haven't seen Gabriel in that series. Gabriel has lost weight. And the man is much faster,
straight,
more and accurate. I find Gabriel improved so much.
And Taylor.
Yes.
No, my Gabriel must play, boy.
Because England is coming at the end of this month.
I said, have you watched Gabriel in this season, this tournament?
This tournament.
Gabriel has lost weight. He's no longer awkward in his run-up.
True.
He's accurate. He's very good.
Very quick.
Give a man his dues. This man is very good now.
He's quick enough.
He took a 5 for this
I know,
year.
yes.
He's quick and accurate.
I'm telling you straight. Look,
Bowl and cylinders can't last like Gabriel, man.
Cannot.
He yokes cylinders, man. But Gabriel is very. I think we have another caller. Thanks, Barry, for your input. After that caller, we'll take a last break and come back and look at more cricket. Yes, welcome to Sports Wrap, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Lobby.
How are you, brother?
All right, fine, man. Good evening. Is another person there?
Dr. Fontaine.
Dr. Fontaine.
How is it?
All right, great. Good evening.
Looking into the future. Well, maybe as I was a fast bowler before, even at national level. I mean, these days you can hardly find young men interested in fast bowling. I do not know if it maybe takes a lot of training, a lot of hard work, but you hardly find that. And Dominica was a venue for fast.
When you say that, do you talk about Dominica alone or the Caribbean in general?
Caribbean, yeah.
Well, I can tell you, first thing comes to my mind, why there's a dearth of fast bowlers. The wickets now being played on in the Caribbean are so slow and dead and spinner friendly. They're turning off fast bowlers. In fact, Ambrose is making the same point in his commentary in Antigua. Because of the wickets, the pitches today are devoid of grass and they're just slow. They're like what they call subcontinent, like the Asian pitches.
That's right.
That's killing the fast bowlers. That is one of the greatest disincentives to fast bowling now. The kind of wickets they prepare.
But I remember Windsor Park. I mean, just reminiscing on Windsor Park. When we used to play, I played with Grayson Irving. We used to practice. There was about 6 concrete wickets adjacent to each other, and on any one day there were hundreds of.
You want to declare yourself?
That's Mr. Dublin from Maho.
Desmond
Dublin.
Desmond Dublin.
Yeah, Desmond Dublin out there.
But Desmond, you were a fast medium bowler.
Exactly.
Yes, he was. Yes.
You had not great pace, but you had control. You off cutters, Dublin. Yes.
I learned a lot from Grayson.
Yes, but you were not an express fast bowler. You were medium pace and good length, accurate, swinging the ball, cutting the ball.
Yes.
Desmond
I learned a
Dublin.
lot from Grayson. Even in fast bowling, there is a technique where for the in-swinger, your foot has to be positioned in
Yes,
such a way
you're right.
that the ball comes in. If you're bowling the
Outswinger.
your foot has to be facing slips. The different little techniques
You're quite
that
right.
sometimes I do not see, you know.
Yes,
But
yes.
I'm very concerned about the future for our Caribbean with these pitches that are not.
The pitches they're preparing now are
Yeah.
dead, lifeless pitches.
Yeah.
And spinners, only spinners getting wickets. You hardly hear fast bowlers getting wickets these days.
Exactly.
For the last,
Now, there's
10
another
years.
thing I want to just touch on quickly. Maybe I'll have more time.
Yeah.
We have to touch on relative to the issues that are going on with whatever the CBI and passport sales, because we have top cricket administrators deeply involved in this thing, and with all the controversies and whatever, it is important that we maybe discuss these things relative to the social and cultural aspects of our development, including cricket.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much for your input, Mr. Dublin. Thank you.
All right, good.
What we'll do now, just take a break for commercial sake, and then come back, and the last 30 minutes, we'll just look strictly at cricket. Thompson, we'll have to take a break again.
Text double the fun of Flow Carnival to 2269 and win a pair of tickets for yourself and a friend or family to any one of Flow's sponsored event this carnival. Double the fun, Flow Carnival.
This is how we flow. Grab somebody and tell them hello.
This carnival season at Campbell's, get your high quality banners printed and get more value for your money.
Small, medium, large, and extreme sizes for all your festive needs.
Costume bands, vendors, and all groups can get in on the action at Campbell's.
Also at Campbell's, bundle all your promotional printing needs for your event and save.
Choose the right bundle for you from our intimate, caution, major, or extreme packages.
Call 448-2618. That's 448-2618 for more information or visit us on Bath Road.
Yes, 448-2618 or visit us on Bath Road today.
What gift can you give the vehicle which already has everything? Starting now, give your vehicle the gift of liquid titanium engine oil protection. Upgrade from the regular. Extend your engine's life. Banish and eliminate wear, oxidation, sludge, and corrosion with liquid titanium technology. Liquid titanium engine oils are proven to save you money by reducing your fuel consumption. For more information, go online to phillips66lubricants.com or call Luke John at Concept Technologies 449-7123 for the best in lubricant quality and value. Concept Technologies Filter Shop, La Salle and Qualiho 449-7123.
Yeah, home stretch now.
Right, so we're on the home stretch, 7:30. So I can just repeat, those of you who missed the test match score, there is a test match going on between Bangladesh and India. And you Kohli fans, Kohli has scored another century, not out. In case you want to know the score, India, at the end of the first day's play, 356 for 3. Kohli is 111, I think, not out. Murali Vijay scored a century. Pujara got into the 80s. And 3 wickets down for a big mammoth. 356 on the first day. Play begins, if you want to watch play, ESPN carries it from midnight. If you cannot sleep and you want to watch some cricket, at midnight you'll have cricket. Because it's dry, there's no rain in there for days.
Yes, indeed, Ozzy, and it's a very significant game in the sense that this is the first time Bangladesh is going in India. And for Kohli has now scored a century against every team that he's played for.
He hasn't played
against
Zimbabwe
and Pakistan.
Pakistan, you're right.
Yes, he's not played against
He has played against 7 of the other teams.
And he scored a century. And I mean, this guy is in devastating form.
Yeah.
And he scores quickly, and I mean, they were scoring at about 7 runs and over towards the end of the day. a very, very incredible
but
form.
Kohli, I think, should be regarded as the world's best batsman today.
Today, yes, without a doubt.
I think de Villiers hasn't been playing for some time. He has been off the radar a bit. Who I think again?
Williamson, Smith.
Williamson. So I think although Kohli has not done well in England, he has that to prove. I think it's a matter of time. I believe, grudgingly, I would still want to say Kohli now would be number one batsman in the world.
Yes.
Across all formats.
Indeed.
We have a caller. Welcome to Sports Rap caller.
Good evening to you, Mr. Luis.
Yes, sir.
Thompson Fontaine and
Nobi.
Okay, how are you doing?
Well, I the man himself. I'm just listening.
Oh, the man himself. Oh, God. Man.
I cannot remember. I want you all to try to bring back some memories to me. That one day or 2020, I don't know if it's in between Pakistan and Australia, where they had 8 more runs to their total and they bowled out. I cannot remember those.
Oh, recently?
Oh, yeah.
It's England against India.
Well,
about
give me a little details about it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it was the third and final 2020 match in the recent series, which ended maybe about 2 weeks ago. India had scored 180 something or close to 200, and England were batting 119 for 2 in a good position to try to overhaul the score of India, which was 200 or thereabouts. From 119 for 2, listen to me well, 119 for 2 became 127 for 10. I'm going to repeat it so you'll understand. 119 for 2. 8 runs later, they were 127 all out, all 10. They lost 8 wickets for 8 runs. A record.
Because you'd have to go back to 1885.
Yes.
When that happened previously.
But in a test match now, 8 wickets fell for 6 runs. New Zealand against Australia. In 1946.
Yes,
remember, you check it yourself.
1946, right.
Yes. So, Jammers, you're right. It was England that collapsed in an understatement. Imagine 8 wickets falling for 8 runs. 119 for 2. And you're chasing 200 for a trophy, and you collapse for 127. 8 runs for your last 8 wickets in about 15 minutes. Tut Kai Kwaze. That's true. So it's England who did that against India, and that's about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. You're quite right, Jammers. 8 wickets going down for 8 runs.
Malinga is coming back?
Yeah, Malinga coming back to play T20s in Australia.
Wow.
But I find it's badly scheduled. Australia team is going, I think they're going to Dubai and somewhere else on their trip to India. So people like Warner, Smith, all them won't be playing the one-day cricket, T20. Whoever scheduled that thing in Australia for Sri Lanka to play Australia in Australia, while Australia is leaving Australia to go to India, and many of the Australian test team play the T20 format. David Warner especially was mad about it.
That's curious.
Poor scheduling. So you're right, and Malinga is going to come back. They might beat Australia without Smith, without Warner, and one or two. No Stack, no Hazelwood, and a few others. Not even Maxwell will be around, because all of them are going to India. By the way, the first test match, India against Australia, is on the night of the 22nd of February. Not too far. I have a trepidation, a fear for Australia. But we'll talk about that next time. I feel afraid that Australia will get fall love in India.
Yes. And Azhar Ali has quit as a captain.
Yes, Cook, yes. When you look at
Cook
well, he was never a good captain. He was very ordinary. But Cook has resigned. Before that, I have a little trivia for our listeners in case we have time. I think we have time.
Yeah.
Cook has left as England's captain. He has resigned. We're going to look at Cook in a minute. But tell me now, Cook has won 2 Ashes series at home. Ashes series, as you know, are played between Australia and England. So Cook has won 2 such series in England. He's the only man to do that, apart from two other English captains since cricket began in 1875. Tell me the two other captains who won 2 Ashes series at home in England. Cook has done it. He won it twice. He won this last year there, which was 2015. Yes, 2015. And he had won some years ago. Although he was whitewashed in Australia in 2014 when Johnson and Ryan Harris ran through them. However, Cook has done something only 2 English men have done before. Who are the 2 English captains? Tom, do you think they can get that one?
I think that's a very tough one.
So think of Peter May, Len Hutton, again the captains. England had Nasser Hussain, a lot of captains, David Gower, Peter May, Colin Cowdrey. I know all the captains they've had. But I wonder if there's somebody can get that. To get that, you have to be reading regularly to find out who were the 2 previous English captains to win twice home Ashes series against Australia. Cook has that in his CV. 2 other captains had it. Who are those 2 previous English captains? That's my quiz for the day. Now, Thompson, we're going to look at Cook. Captain Cook?
Yes, Captain Cook. Cook finally resigned, but he remains in the team.
He remains on the team.
He remains
and
in the team.
He's still hungry to play.
Yeah.
Cook is about
32. He's just 32.
So he could play for 4 or 5 more years.
Yes.
Cook is over 11,000 test runs. Cook is the only person I see alive now playing test cricket who might possibly, all things being equal, overtake Tendulkar's 15,941 runs. So Cook has 11,000 plus, Cook played a record 59 test matches for England as captain. 59, I think you'll check it there on the internet. And Cook has the 3rd joint, or is it 2nd, most victories as an England captain. However, Cook also has, he has the 2nd most victories as an English captain, but he also has the most losses as an English captain. He has lost 22 tests, and Cook has won 24 tests, others were drawn. So Cook has the unenviable record of having the 2nd most victories as an English captain. However, he has the most losses, 22, as an English captain. So Cook has a record which is how you look at it, depends how you look at it. You can look at the glass being half full, Thompson, or half empty.
Half empty. But I think, Ozzy, what he brought to the cricket and to England, I thought, was he was very steady when he took over from Strauss.
Strauss, yes.
He brought that he's very deliberate. I thought him. I always looked at him as a very cool customer, never flabbergasted, never flaunted. He always appeared to me to be very cool. And I think he brought that to the English side at a time when, quite frankly, England was considered to be not a very good team when he took over. And he was able to, it's true he had a lot of losses, but in a way he was able to build that team. And under him, we saw the likes of Root emerging and so on, and Moeen Ali and so on, emerging.
So how do you think history will judge Cook, Captain Cook?
Well,
you think they'll give him, out of 10, they'll give him an 8?
Probably a 7.
A 7.5.
Probably a 7.
I'll give a 7.5.
Yeah, because ultimately you're judged on how successful you are in winning. And as you said, his record is one that's very mixed.
Mixed, yeah.
It's a very mixed record. But I think he brought that seriousness and I liked him as a captain, and
but
I like to say
that. Cook also as a man. Is a guy of great integrity.
Integrity, yes.
Decent human being.
Absolutely.
See, I like people who are decent,
yes.
who have integrity, no matter who it is. That to me plays a vital role, whether I'm going to have you as my role model or not.
Yes.
Integrity is key.
Integrity to me, Cook is a guy who is a decent human being.
Absolutely.
That's what I like about Cook.
Yes, he was.
And he has no arrogance about him.
I can't say the same for Kohli.
Yeah, he has no arrogance about him.
I can't say the same for Kohli.
He's not a pompous individual
But
at
by
all.
no means, man. Cook is a humble fellow, decent
look at him.
fellow, high integrity, man. You can see that man, very cool, calm fella, going through his losses in India. He couldn't have taken that 2 defeats after scoring 400 plus and to lose by an innings
yes.
twice.
And then to get beaten 4-0 again.
4-0, that broke down Cook.
Yes, yes. I think that was probably what made him, you know, because when you think of it, he did nothing wrong. I mean, he batted first and scored, as I said, over 400 runs, and then ultimately lost. And
it happened again in the 50th match.
Yes. So, but I think also the question then becomes how, obviously, I would expect Root to become the captain.
But is Root ready?
That's what I was about to say.
Will the responsibility affect his batting?
Because we have seen that for sure. We have seen
that has happened in the past.
That is the fear I have, for English cricket.
In English, we have seen. If you look at the great Tendulkar, he gave up the captaincy. Because because
captaincy can be a heavy burden,
What I'm telling you, it happened to Shandapal.
Yeah, well, Shandapal was a
leader. That's the thing. But that's what set Cook aside. Cook was a leader. He had the authority in the dressing room. His team looked up to him. He was listened to. He was well liked by the British public. He was a good leader, I thought.
Definitely, yes. Cook brought some class. To use that word class, I don't use it to mean any class, high class, low class, bourgeois. By class, I mean distinction.
Yes.
And elitism to cricket captaincy, man. Remind me of like Frank Worrell, who's a great captain. I think we have a caller trying to contribute to our program. I just saw a light there a while ago. Here it comes again.
We do.
Caller, welcome to Sports Rap. You like Captain Cook? Hello?
Venerable Ozzy Lewis, yes, I like Cook. Fountain and
Lobby.
How you, Mr. Lou? How you doing?
Well, the old fella is here.
Still batting well?
Two things, doing well.
Yes.
Two things. Would it be Vaughan and Strauss?
No, it is neither Vaughan nor Strauss. The two English captains who both won the Ashes twice in England. Only two other captains. I'm going to give a hint. One of the two goes way, way back in time. So he's not a modern captain. That's a hint. But the other one was a fairly modern captain, though he was not a great cricketer, but he was a great captain. And he won the Ashes at home against Australia twice. Cook has done it in his... Yes.
Would one of them be Gooch?
No, not Gooch either. No, not Gooch. Not Gooch.
Well, I can't get...
But you're making some... I mean, it shows that you know some of the great guys of the past, man. Robbie, man. You're showing some knowledge of the great game, man, Robbie.
What about Dexter?
No, it wasn't Ted Dexter. It wasn't Peter May. It wasn't Len Hutton. Guys we know in our young days who had class about them. Len Hutton and Peter May. It wasn't these guys. It was a guy after Peter May. I'm giving a hint. But the first guy was a guy going way, way back in history. Almost the beginning of cricket. So that's a big hint I've given. He was captain, and he once was bowled in a county match, and he put back the bails, and he told the umpire, what do you think? The crowd came there to see you give a silly decision, send me out, or to see me bat. That fella did it. I'm talking about this fellow. He was a legend. Pardon? W.G. Grace is one of them. Famous guy.
Okay, so
and the other guy is a more modern guy. I'd put him between, I'll give a hint, between Dexter and say Strauss, somewhere in the middle there. Or even Hussein. Yes, he was the captain who won the Ashes series twice in England. I think we have another caller. So you're making you got the old man, W.G. Grace.
now the other thing, I hear you all talking about these fast bowlers of modern time. Which club had the most, I would say, effective bowling attack?
Which club had the most effective bowling attack?
In Dominica?
Yes.
I would say, since
Somerset, man.
Well, it's difficult because to me these attacks were shared. I would say the team that Laurent played for.
Somerset, that's what I'm saying. To me, Somerset.
Laurent had, who was his fast bowlers with him? I cannot quite.
Well,
because
I
who
know
Grayson played for?
Grayson was playing for
Spartans
Somerset, no?
So, pardon?
Spartans had Terry James and Irvin and Grayson opening the bowling.
Oh, Grayson was for
Grayson
Spartan.
was for Spartan?
Yes, he went for Spartan.
Yeah.
For Spartan.
Well, Terry was all right,
And then
yes.
you-
He made the island
And
team.
then you had Seeley, a medium pacer that was
yes.
difficult to get away.
Yes, I played
And
with
then you
Seeley.
had Clancy Kazimi, Ade, and Corbett in the spinning department.
Yes, that's Spartans, yes.
Spartan, you're right. Adieu, man.
Adieu, Kazumi, yes.
Yes.
But Robbie, you're all right, man. I can't remember seeing you on the cricket fields those days.
Spartanite, you know.
That's Spartanite, you know.
Spartanite.
That's Spartanite.
Ozzy,
Sir.
Ozzy, you are one of the only bowlers I slapped to backward square for 4 years.
What was he bowling? Gentle mediums or?
No, Ozzy was an off spinner.
Off spinner, okay.
Off spin. All right, Robbie.
But you couldn't tell because he bowled it. It's almost like it was like it. To some people, you felt like a googly bowler because you.
The way I held my grip. Yes.
Yes.
I held a leg break action. I learned
Yes, that is correct.
I learned that from the guy called Pascal, one of the best spinners I've seen. He's since died. He played for Dominica in '58. That grip, leg break, grip, and he bowled off breaks. His name was Philip Pascal of Pottersville. Great. He died, and he went to England very soon after. He played for Dominica in '58. He was a great off spinner. Yeah. But Robbie, you're good, man. You're good. I give you a pass.
Most of the other teams had maybe one good fast bowler,
Yeah.
a good spinner, the two good spinners.
So, what did you play as a substitute for Spartan? You were in the 12 or the 13?
I played second division.
Good enough.
Okay,
In those
Robbie, man.
days.
Okay.
Thank you. So many more callers.
I fielded in Gary's whenever Terry was bowling,
short leg.
I fielded in Gary's. Yes.
Short
Gary's
leg.
position.
All right, Robbie. Okay, good. I didn't know you had that prowess
Yeah,
as
yeah,
a
that.
cricketer.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, you have many more callers though, Robbie. Thanks for your contribution, Robbie. Okay. Yeah, we have many more callers. Welcome to Sports Rap, caller.
Yes, good evening again.
Good evening.
I'm of the view that you're looking for the name as John Bradman.
Don Bradman.
Yes.
Well, Don Bradman was not an Englishman.
Australian.
He was an Australian. I said English captains who won the Ashes series twice at home. And Captain Cook has done that. Before him, W.G. Grace, since in the 1880s, did it twice. And one other captain of more modern times would be about, his career would have been between Peter May, Ted Dexter around that time, and Nasser Hussain.
I'll make another guess.
Make another guess, yes.
Colin Cowdrey.
No, not Cowdrey.
Well, I give up.
It was close to Cowdrey's time, but it wasn't Cowdrey. Thank you.
Right.
I probably will say who it is.
All right, no, but this caller probably has the answer.
This caller?
Yes.
Welcome to Sports Rap, caller. You have the answer.
Hello, good evening. Is it Michael Vaughan?
No, not Michael Vaughan.
no, that's
Not
recent.
Michael Vaughan. Michael Vaughan is not the guy I'm looking for. You wouldn't know how close. When he said the M song, I'm giving a bigger hint.
Go ahead, caller.
Caller, yes?
Mike Braley.
Mike Braley. Brilliant, Mike Braley. That's David. David, you're good, man. Mike Braley won the Ashes twice in England. He wasn't a great
What
cricketer.
years?
I can't remember the exact years, but his time was after Ted Dexter and after.
But okay, that was Botham. Ian Botham created that victory for him,
Yes, Botham.
Ian Botham.
You remember that Ian Botham, yes.
So that was basically in the 80s.
But a great tactician.
Tactician. He wasn't a great cricketer, but a great tactician. Mike Braley, one of the greatest.
Thank you, Oli.
Yes. Thank you, man, David, man. Very good contribution there, David Bruni.
He was in England at the time.
He was in England at the time, maybe.
Yeah,
Mike Braley was a top tactician.
Another caller.
Yeah. Caller, welcome to Sports
Oli.
Shop. Sir.
Oli,
Yes?
you heard me?
Of course I can hear you.
Philip Pascal, that migrate to England in the 60s. He married to Bijan.
Yes, he died.
He died in Barbados.
Thank you very much. I know that, yes. Thanks a lot.
Tell you that, nobody else.
Pardon?
I yourself, I told you that.
Yourself, yes. Okay. Because I patterned Moku.
Yeah.
I patterned my grip. All I couldn't do it as perfectly as Philip Pascal could.
Yeah,
but he held the ball like a leg break. And he gripped that ball. And he ran through St. Vincent, man. But he didn't stay long. He went to, he migrated. Philip Pascal played for Brutons with Rice.
Yeah, he died on the 21st of April 2009.
He died?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you, Mr. Popo, man. Thanks for...
He buried by a playground.
He was buried by a playground, I understand, yes.
With a picture where he catching a ball.
In Barbados?
Yeah.
Yes, it's Philip Pascal.
Philip Pascal.
Didn't last long, but that boy was a fantastic off spinner.
So Ozzy, you're not bad yourself. You had some means as an all-rounder.
Well, I was an open batsman. And I could turn the off break. I was turning the ball. Some guys bowling off break, but straight. They don't turn. I used to turn the ball. Fella could turn more than me. A fella called Peter Simon, Toy.
Man.
He could turn that off break on any wicket. Toy. Peter Simon.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking of the number of excellent spin bowlers we've had in Dominica. Gervan Etienne, John Lewis,
Roy Marshall, Mervyn Durant,
Thomas Kentish,
John Lewis, Sophia.
He was in particular. You see, John Lewis.
John was a very good spinner.
What?
Yes. We went to SM in my time. That's when he was discovered in SMA as a schoolboy he represented.
In the very old days, in the 50s, Cecil, a fellow called Cecil Shillingford. I've heard of him for many years. JC Josie.
Tremendous spinners, yeah.
We had a number of good spinners.
Another caller is on the line.
Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Wrap.
Oh, you remember the bus of St. Vincent at the Gardens? St. Vincent had us going. And then the ball was tossed to you.
To me, yes.
5 for 35, right?
Yeah, I took 5 for 35. The very yes, the first ball over I bowled went for 7 runs.
The other fella.
And Claire McIntyre, the captain, said, "Boy, should he give me another over?" He gave it to me. Schoolboy, 17 years old, and St. Vincent on top, 126 for 2. Brisbane batting, good batsman.
Okay,
the
we had
first ball.
Hadley.
Yeah, I'm not saying you. The first ball I bowled of the second over, I said, Mr. Ofstom, going back.
And jubilation.
And the whole Gardens ball. St. Vincent 126 for 2. And we had scored only about 200 all out. So they were on top, and Brisbane was exactly 50. Fellow called Garnet Brisbane, who left arm spinner too. I remember all these guys, man, like yesterday, man. Oh yeah. We have about 5 minutes left. We want to look quickly at the winners' performance.
Yes.
Thompson, winners have been kicked out of the tournament, the Super League.
Yes, well, they still have one game. They still play against Kent on the 10th.
They're out of it.
They're out of it.
The teams that have qualified in one group is
Jamaica
and Barbados. And you have the Leewards and Trinidad.
Right.
So the winners are out. They have lost 5 games out of 6. The Ambris had a fantastic season. He has about 6 half-centuries. The guy called Ambris of St. Vincent.
And also the opener.
Powell.
Yeah.
The opener of
Windward.
Leeward.
No. Before Powell saying about the opener got a century. Smith got a
after several failures.
Because first of all, what happened to Windward? They never had a good start.
No.
Most of the games.
Never had a good start in any of the matches.
Except for that last game, they
still lost 2 early wickets.
Right, but then
they never had an 80 without loss or 80 for 1. Never.
Yes,
in just 6 matches.
But I think first of all that there's after these tournaments there's serious things only done to the
we believe there's some problems in the camp.
Yes, there's serious problems in the camp. First of all, I heard that the St. Lucian Sammy is totally
captain.
Yes, is totally dissatisfied with the present coach.
They didn't make it known to the world.
He said yes, he made it known to the world that he's totally dissatisfied.
And the coach is
Felix Thomas.
Felix Thomas is the coach.
Yes.
Okay.
And he's totally dissatisfied. As far as he's concerned that he's not a team person.
Okay.
And you think something has to be
I
done.
haven't heard that. You heard Sir Thompson?
No, that's the first time hearing of it. But it's quite
But
possible.
there are some serious disharmony. The team is not together, Ozzy. The
No,
Winwood
they're
team is not
certainly
together.
not
They should have
pulling.
won this match yesterday. It scored 298.
But we should
could have scored 320.
320.
I mean, the way some guys got out, they were off the boil.
But
you know,
but Ozzy,
the was won by 4 wickets.
I've always been questioning Ozzy the preparation of the Winwood team, even while they're in Dominica.
Yeah.
You cannot be professional players and you're doing one session a day. It's just ridiculous.
And getting full salary.
Full salary,
not part-time salary.
Part-time, full salary.
Yeah.
I mean, so you need some. I think the thing they has to get somebody who is serious.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of talent on the Winwood team.
A lot of talent on the team. On paper, one of the strongest
Of course,
batting
man.
lineups and one of the most experienced lineups, you know.
You need a person who.
I felt that Johnson Charles was a total failure.
I find Ozzy he's overweight.
Johnson Charles?
He's overweight. I look at Johnson Charles for Fountain. That's ridiculous.
Theo Phillips coming in runs
Theo
either.
Phillips himself, but Johnson Charles, I'm totally disappointed in this individual. I saw him last year. He was growing this pouch, and I don't know if he's satisfied with his stomach he
What
has.
has become of Mervyn Matthew?
But I do not know if he's injured because he started well. The first 2 games he played, Mervyn Matthew, the first 2 games.
I find until the matches, I saw 2 or 3 matches, I thought the captain brought in his spin a little late. He could experiment more and bowl a spinner, even with his new ball, instead of the matches. Because this pitches favor spin.
But also,
dead easy pace to be
leadership, as we were talking about.
We have a caller?
I'm taking one more.
Let's take another caller. Welcome to Sports Radio. You may be the last caller, unless we have 5 minutes more from Lambie. I doubt Lambie will give us more than 3 minutes. Welcome, caller.
Hello?
Prior protocol established stipulated to. Is the Phoenix Thomas, is it a Dominican guy?
Yes, Dominican, from a fast bowler.
Yes.
Now, you see, I don't know how somebody, you see, again, it's discipline. I remember this guy playing a match at Marigat and the guy was very rude and indisciplined. I mean, I don't, how can you have somebody like that giving discipline? You can't discipline anybody. I don't know how we do these things. And, one match the guy was there, and I was telling him, is that how you, that kind of way, I saw the guy's batting and I said, that's how you all bat. The guy kind of want to fight me for a simple thing. I asked him, is that the way you all play cricket, where you are respectable?
Okay, caller, we're running out of time. We only have a few seconds left.
Man.
Thanks for a little late now.
Thanks, good night.
Thank you.
So I think somebody has to come in on the Winwood team to stabilize the team before it's too late.
But we want to congratulate this Ambrish boy. I think he is a good find and he'll go far.
But I
6
think
half centuries.
he must do like
So Phil, what has happened to Phil?
Theophil has faded away.
He's been knocking on the door at one point,
But the
and
door,
then
what you see,
He missed the boat already.
what you see, the door can be opened when you have to score runs. You have to score. You have to
You have
score.
Powell there.
Powell should be a shoe-in on the one day team.
Yes. Powell must get it.
We all said where was Powell? He moved from the radar.
He's come back.
He's come back.
He's come back powerful.
Confidently. He has over 600 runs.
That is how you
come back, make a statement.
You put the selectors under pressure.
Yeah.
Here I am. And it's got the 3 figures. He's got 3 centuries.
Yes.
And 3.5 centuries. In other words, Powell has come back and commands his pick. He's not asking, he's commanding it.
Yeah, he's made a statement, and I'm
he's
glad.
a way batting, authoritative,
very
and mature. You want a man like Powell.
So who are you going to have open with him?
Brathwaite.
Brathwaite. Oh yeah, Brathwaite. Certainly.
You have to bring in Brathwaite.
Brathwaite, yes, indeed.
Yeah,
indeed.
seriously,
I had this information about Gail, but I'll leave it for next week.
Yes.
My favorite person is Gail, as you know. So I'll give some facts about Chris Gayle next week. So our time is up.
Yes.
It's gone just about 1 minute past 8. And Thompson, we want to thank you once again for handling the console and your contribution to Sports Rap. We want to thank you. And Lobby, we thank you once again. Sebastian, as you know, is on selectorial duties in Antigua and can't be with us, but I'm sure he's listening to Sports Rap, the most popular sports program in the Western Hemisphere. So until next week, Thursday, Ozzy Lewis, on behalf of Dr. Thompson Fountain and Lobby, saying goodbye to you until next Thursday from Sports Rap.
believe. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord. Feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. One love. When the man comes, there will be no doom. One soul. Have pity on those whose chances grow standing. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. Yeah, yeah. One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. I'm singing to mankind. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright.
The views expressed in this radio program are not necessarily those of Q95 FM radio. Q95 FM radio will not accept any responsibility or liability for the statements made in the course of this program.
Let's get together and feel alright. Hear the children crying. One love.
Dominica. It's the Workers' Voice, and we're listening to Fernando Ortega.
See, look on this mystery, the Lord of the universe, nailed to a tree. Christ our God, spilling his holy blood, bowing in anguish, his sacred head.
Yeah, we're singing to Jesus.
Sing to Jesus, Lord of our shame, Lord of our sinful hearts. He is our great Redeemer. Sing to Jesus, honor his name, sing of his faithfulness, pouring his life out unto death. Come you will, and he will give you rest. Come you who mourn, lay on his breast. Christ who died, risen in paradise, giver of mercy, giver of life. Sing to Jesus, his is the throne, now and forever. He is the King of heaven. Sing to Jesus, we are his own, now and forever. Sing for the love our God has shown. Sing to Jesus, Lord of our shame, Lord of our sinful hearts. He is our great Redeemer. Sing to Jesus, honor his name. Sing to Jesus, his is the
Wherever you are this time, be it in Dominica, the Caribbean, or the world, good evening to you. This is the Workers' Voice of the United Workers' Party. We're here every Thursday. When we're not on the road, we are here in studio. Of course, we are going to continue the education process here from the big station. Glad to have you with us tonight. Let me say a special good evening to three lovely ladies: Patricia Charles out there in Canefield, Patricia Abraham out there in Pottersville, and Patricia Zamo in St. Martin. Good evening to you, of course, and to the many folks around the island and the Caribbean and the world who have been listening, who continue to listen and support this program. Thank you very much for being with us. Tonight in studio, we've got a very nice young man whom I love immensely, and having him in studio with me is always a pleasure. So let me just pass the microphone to Danny Luger, who's with us this evening.
Good evening, Lambi, and good evening, Rosanov. Good evening, Dominica. To all the peaceful patriots who participated in Tuesday's meeting to save Dominica, I say thank you. To those who joined us in spirit from overseas, I say thank you. Those of you in the diaspora, May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. The wisest man Solomon said that there is a time for everything under heaven, a time to sow and a time to reap, a time to break down and a time to build up. I declare tonight a time to break down the strongholds and strangleholds of the enemy on Dominica. This corrupt cabinet must come down, and we will build a new Dominica, built on the foundation of truth, righteousness, and justice. But in spiritual warfare, we break the back of the beast with prayer and praise. That's how the walls of Jericho came down. That's how the walls of this evil cabinet is coming down right now. Confusion is theirs right now, and victory is ours. We break the back of the beast with faith in action. Witchcraft is broken. Blood sacrifices is broken. Blood money is broken. Sorcery is broken. Bribe money is broken. Stolen passport money is broken. Crooked bankers are broken and exposed right now. The spirit of laziness is broken. Begging is broken. The spirit of hard work is restored. Evil spells are broken. Deceitful advisors must come down. False prophets must come down and expose. False accusers come down. We break the back of the beast right now in Jesus' mighty name. And now we reclaim our country. We reclaim our government. Dominica for Jesus. Dominica for Jesus. Dominica for Jesus. In Jesus' name. And we release the spirit of national liberation. Dominica has been set free. Whom the Son of Man set free is free indeed. We will break the back of the beast with praise. Dominica is oppressed with an evil cloud of satanic greed. We will break that spell, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. That is what we are up against. We see our Prime Minister for the past 2 weeks, like a mad ants giving out checks, like a mobile treasury. This is just a show to fool the population. We are in big trouble. Scarcity is in big trouble. Dominica is in big trouble. And if we don't wake up today, we will all sink with the ship of state. Dominicans, did you all read the Ken Richards report? That's a Dominican journalist who loves Dominica. He's saying that when the local branches of international banks begin to close down government CBI accounts, that is citizenship by investment accounts, this is no longer a laughing matter. So Dominica, wake up and rise up. It is time for immediate change. It is now or never, Lambe.
Well, that I can't call this by any other name. That's a well-prepared piece of material. Of course, we have another fine gentleman in studio with us this evening. We'd like to introduce him. I know he wants to say hi to his constituency, as he always does. Whenever he gets a chance, he always says hello to his constituents. So let me pass the microphone to the Honourable Lennox Linton, who's with us this evening. Of course, our political leader is here. So, Mr. Linton, good evening.
Good evening, Lambert Charles. Good evening to Danny Luge. Good evening to the people of Concord and Marigot, and to all of our brothers and sisters at home and abroad. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. Tonight, there's a lot to talk about, and I trust that we'll have a useful interaction with the public, especially on matters that they would like some further clarity on. But just as we start, Lambi, you know that we had this grand public meeting in the city of Roseau, Upper Kennedy Avenue, on Tuesday. And thousands of people turned up for that. It was a wonderful engagement. It was heartwarming to see so many patriots from all over Dominica assembled for the single purpose of demanding the resignation of Roosevelt Skerrit. Now, this demand for the resignation of Roosevelt Skerrit is not just some other political thing that is done from time to time. You know, political parties compete with each other. They try to show that they have what it takes as opposed to their opponents to get the job of managing the ship of state properly done and so on. This is different. It's not about that. This is about saving Dominica from reckless leadership behavior, saving Dominica from roguish conduct in the office of Prime Minister, and saving Dominica from certain collapse if we do not change course. So, the reason we will go around the country, coming out of Tuesday's successful event, the reason we'll go around the country starting tomorrow, and we'll be in the constituency of Castle Bruce tomorrow. We'll probably make 3 stops in Castle Bruce tomorrow from 6 o'clock in the evening. In the Castle Bruce constituency, we'll do Good Hope, we'll do Castle Bruce and Saint-Sauveur tomorrow evening. These are very important engagements because the people of Dominica need to understand and appreciate what is it that has happened to Dominica in the last 17 years. What has happened? And I want to spend some time on that tonight, especially against the background of a very recent development that has come to our attention. We haven't spoken about it yet, but you can say we'll break the news this evening and we'll get a chance to talk about it. But at this time, I want to welcome the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Edison James. He is live with us from his home in Pegwa, Marigot. Mr. James, very good evening to you.
This is not Mr. James.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Okay.
This is not Mr. James.
I thought we had Mr. James with us.
Yeah. Leonard,
Good evening.
how are you? Let me tell you, this is Lucille.
We're listening.
Lucille. Who sent him out to Dubai? Lennox Linton. Who went to Greece? Who sent him to Greece? Lennox Linton. Everything that happened is Lennox Linton. That's a joke I want to open the program with tonight. Everything is Lennox Linton. Lennox Linton. Lennox Linton. Who put your cap back to front? Lennox Linton. Where?
Where?
Oh, Papa.
Where?
Papa te parle quand il pas parle quand les pièces. He skip it.
Indeed.
And it's Lennox Linton. I'm listening.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let me.
Now. Okay. Yeah, but I was saying just now that this call for resignation, it's very important. It's very important for the soul of Dominica. Dominica has found itself in the clutches of a regime that has gone about the personal business of ministers of government and has sought to build dependency, sought to deepen poverty and build dependency among the local population, and then to use the people's money to bribe them with handouts in circumstances of deprivation that the politicians of the Labour Party have created by their style of governance. And it's a cruel use, a cruel abuse of poor people who we want better lives for. You claim when you came into the arena that is what you wanted to do, and rather than help the people of this country to a better life, you have worsened their condition so that you could exploit it and continue to take advantage of it. It is cruel that in 2017 we could have political parties and you could have people in the political process abusing public resources to own and control people so that they will continue to do your bidding indefinitely as you install yourself as a dictatorship in the Commonwealth of Dominica. That is why we stand. And that is why this phase we are in is so important. We have called for the resignation of Roosevelt Skerrit because Dominica has been plunged into a severe crisis of confidence by his actions, by his associations with international racketeers, with money launderers, with fugitives from justice, who pose continuing threats to global peace and security. We have called for his resignation because since 2004, Mr. Skerrit has presided over a corrupt economic citizenship program that has compromised the global security architecture against money laundering and the financing of terrorism. We have called for Mr. Skerrit's resignation because he has persisted with the practice of selling diplomatic passports and diplomatic immunity under the table to a band of international rogues and vagabonds, many of whom have been arrested for international crimes while holding Dominican passports. We've called for Mr. Skerrit's resignation. Indeed, we demand his resignation because we're heading in Dominica for major economic collapse. We're heading for record levels of poverty in this country, record levels of dependency because of Mr. Skerrit's appalling failure to get the fundamentals of economic growth right. Everywhere else, you see signs of growing the economic engines. You see signs of tourism doing more for the islands close by, St. Kitts, Antigua, St. Lucia. You see stagnation in Dominica. Farmers suffering, fishermen suffering, builders, carpenters, masons and plumbers and other tradesmen suffering. Small business people taking their blows, suffering. Teachers, nurses, police officers and other public servants suffering. Government is telling them in a day when it is boasting millions and millions and millions that it can only offer them 0, 0 and 0% increase. Young people are suffering. The elderly people are suffering. The country is catching hell. Mr. Skerrit wouldn't recognize that because he is doing royally well. No country anywhere in God's earth can achieve economic and social advancement success under such a dark cloud of tainted, self-centered leadership which is hostile to truth, to righteousness, and to justice. And let me tell you what is going on. While we are making this demand for Mr. Skerrit to resign, Mr. Skerrit is not speaking to the issues. Mr. Skerrit is seeking to have diversions away from the issues of the day. The issues that, for example, come out of his association with Alireza Monfared and his connection to the sanctions busting scheme in which Monfared was involved with his co-conspirators, one of whom is on death row, the other of whom is facing trial in the United States. Why did you go to Greece, Mr. Skerrit? What was happening there? Did your trip to Greece have anything to do with the Dominica Ship Registry operating out of Greece and the 11 tankers bearing the Dominica flag, which alleged to have been involved in the sanctions busting scheme where illicit or forbidden Iranian oil under the UN and US sanctions regime was getting into China, the People's Republic? What did you go to Greece to do? And why did you harbor Monfared in Dominica when you knew that the Iranians wanted him? Why did you harbor this fugitive from justice when Interpol had mounted this massive manhunt for his capture and the Iranian authorities, indeed the US authorities, wanted him to face justice in their countries? Mr. Skerrit is not answering these questions. Mr. Skerrit is talking about plots to unseat him. And the plot was a very simple plot, you know. It involved parking a truck in front of the financial center on Tuesday and people moving past all of these police officers and the riot squad and and the sniper bullets and so on, and storming the financial center and removing Roosevelt Skerrit from office. That's what he dreamt of last night, and that is what became his message and his story in a 35-minute address to the nation last night, which many people say was more like an outpouring of mépris from Lago. But something came to light today which is disturbing. We have been placing the spotlight on the corruption that's going on in the Citizenship by Investment program. And we have pointed to the fact that a number of individuals who apply for citizenship of Dominica in fact received the citizenship without evidence that they have paid the money into the government's account. In other words, the process is being breached to allow people who do not present evidence that they have paid money into the government's account to get their passports. And the problem with that is, it is clear that it is not that the people have not paid. It is just that they have not paid into the government's account. When you raise those issues, the government does not respond, or it says its program is above board and due diligence is done, etc., etc., etc. Recently we heard that the Royal Bank of Canada had closed down the government's passport account, the Citizenship by Investment account, and returned the money that it had on hold for people who are seeking to get money into that account to pay for citizenship. We also heard that the National Bank of Dominica had returned a few millions as well. We now understand that the National Bank of Dominica has frozen over $20 million of passport money destined for the government's account. The money is frozen. It is on hold. The government has no access to it. And the bank is asking the government, we understand, or the Citizenship by Investment Unit, whichever, please let us have copies of the due diligence report you conducted on these individuals who are now sending money into the account to pay for their citizenship. Our correspondent bank would like to see copies of the due diligence report done on these individuals who are paying you money now for their passports. And the response is, no, we're not showing you the due diligence reports. No, we're not showing you the due diligence reports. And Dominicans, you have to ask why. This is Roosevelt Skerrit now, given a chance to satisfy the banks that the due diligence being done, to satisfy the passport business in Dominica, those running the passport business, that these people who have applied are fit and proper persons to hold Dominica diplomatic passports. Mr. Skerrit and company are refusing to turn over copies of those due diligence reports to the bank on request, so that the bank can satisfy itself as well that these people are okay and their money is coming from legitimate sources, etc. So, if you're doing the due diligence and there's nothing wrong with it, what is the problem with sharing the information with the banks? These banks have a responsibility to ensure that they're not touching laundered money, that they're not touching money that is the result of the proceeds of crime, that they're not touching money that is involved in the financing of terrorism, and they're seeking your cooperation to facilitate the movement of the money from wherever it comes from into your account. And you're looking at the government being involved in behaviors that could cost us in Dominica our correspondent banking relations. We could end up being delinked from the global banking business because of some of the practices that the government is involved in and is unwilling to correct. Instead of addressing these matters, Mr. Skerritt is concocting stories about Lennox Linton and stories about the opposition and stories about Thompson Fontaine, blatant lies, and pretending that he's somebody who all of a sudden believes in the rule of law. This is the man who told us years ago, no law, no constitution will prevent him from doing what he wants. In other words, the law and the constitution, insofar as it governs behavior, belong to the people of Dominica, not to Roosevelt Skerritt. He was above the constitution, he is above the law. Now he tells us how much he believes in the rule of law and who broke the rule of law this week when the United Workers' Party went to have the meeting in the area of the financial center. And so, so we are where we are. This week, the government of Antigua announced sweeping changes to its policy on handing out diplomatic passports and diplomatic immunity. Changes intended to bring greater transparency and accountability. Changes intended to have the distribution of diplomatic passports and immunity serve the purpose for which it was intended, which is the ensuring that these documents and the privilege get in the hands of people who are legitimate representatives of the country and are doing bona fide work in the international community on behalf of the country. What have we seen in Dominica? A whole set of rogues and vagabonds, friends of Mr. Skerritt, ending up with diplomatic passports and then ending up in police custody, ending up as captives of Interpol, wherever, on behalf of some country or the other. And the percentage of these rogues holding our passports compared to the total number of those passports issued is alarming. It is truly alarming. And rather than address those issues, rather than like Antigua come up with a policy on how this is going to be made better for the people of Dominica, Mr. Skerritt is telling lies. Mr. Skerritt is concocting lies. Mr. Skerritt is trying to fool people by promising millions of passport dollars over here, millions of passport dollars over there. I notice there are certain places he does not promise any passport money because he has no intention of doing anything in those areas, Marigot being one of them. But I heard that, for example, in case of housing in Biosh, money is no problem. If it's 1 million, it's 1 million. If it's 2 million, it's 2 million. If it's 5 million, it's 5 million. What's the problem? No problem. But no hospital in Marigot. No correction of the wave overtopping problem at Melville Hall. No fixing of the Overgutter Road. No fixing of the road network in Marigot. The bridge at Mantipo. Still in a state of disrepair, even though it is on the route of the Pont Cassé to Melville Hall road. It's on that road, but it got jumped over. All the other bridges along the route were fixed, were replaced, and so on. That one, right in the center of Marigot, remains in a state of disrepair. But this is the government that tells you it's a government for all, and it wants to do good things, and it is doing good things. We're saying that is not what is happening right now, and Mr. Skerritt, for all of his disgraceful, discriminatory behavior in the seat of Prime Minister, for all of the reckless, roguish conduct that has shamed us in the international community, now to the point where it is even threatening to have the Cabinet of Ministers of Dominica declared a criminal enterprise within the meaning of racketeering and bribery of U.S. law, provisions of U.S. law. This is the man you'll remember. He saw racketeering going on in the Ministry of Labor, the Labor Department, but rather than calling the police, he went in and told the Labor Department people to fix it. Fix the racketeering, fix the organized crime that is going on in the Department of Labor. And I'll be good with that. He knew who set the fire to the remote tower at Melville Hall in 2014. Up to this day, the police have not made an arrest. Up to this day, the culprit cannot be apprehended, even though Mr. Skerritt knew who it was. And then he comes now in this week to tell us that persons have received money for the actions they took. He knew that they received money. He doesn't know who paid them. He pretends he doesn't know who paid them. So, with this Prime Minister, it is just dishonesty after dishonesty after dishonesty, lie after lie after lie, incompetence in managing the affairs of the country, but great skill and competence in taking care of himself using the resources of the country, which is why they're suing me. I, in my capacity as leader of the opposition, wrote to Mr. Skerritt on the 30th of January, laying out the case why he should step down from office, and Mr. Skerritt responded with a letter from his lawyers. Now, my letter to Mr. Skerritt was copied to a number of people. I copied it to the President, Charles Savarin. I copied it to the members of Parliament. I copied the Speaker of the House. I copied the CARICOM heads of government. I copied the Secretary General of CARICOM. I copied the Director General of the OECS, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the Secretary General of the OAS. I copied the U.S. Ambassador to the Eastern Caribbean. I copied the Iranian Ambassador to the Caribbean, the Commonwealth Secretary General, and I copied the media. Mr. Skerritt's letter from his attorneys is copied to nobody. And Mr. Skerritt, I understand, as of today, has proceeded with legal action, so some matter has been filed in the court. They want me to stop talking about the things that are true. They want me to stop saying that our passport program is mismanaged. They want me to stop saying that diplomatic passports are being sold under the table. They want me to stop saying there are concerns about Dominica's involvement in the sanctions busting regime, the busting of the sanctions regime against Iran, the UN sanctions regime. They want me to stop talking about the roguish connection of Roosevelt Skerritt to all these international bandits and criminals. And, well, so we're going to court. We're going to court. And I haven't quite decided yet how we're going to court, because there are different ways you can respond to court action. I don't know whether I will be filing separate lawsuits, because there are people who are going to be sued too. The court is not for one set of people. Lennox Linton has numerous lawsuits that can be filed. Some of them are in process, and the others will follow. So we'll have a wonderful time in court. When we take legal action, it's not for us to go on the radio and make a big hullabaloo about it. It's for us to go to the court. We talk here in the court of public opinion, but when we're ready for the court of justice, then that's a different matter. It's a different process. And so they haven't served me yet. I understand they're looking for me to serve me. I'm here at Q95, and when I leave Q95, I'll be going home. And I'll be home tomorrow morning. I have a funeral in the afternoon, and then I have some engagements out in the east. I'm not in hiding, I'm not in hiding. And your silly lawsuits do not scare me, all right? So the lawsuits are intended to stop people talking about the wrong things that Roosevelt Skerritt is doing in Dominica. And it's not going to happen. If you want people to stop talking about the wrong things you're doing, make those wrong things right. Come clean with the people of Dominica. Tell us what is happening with our diplomatic passports, and tell us what you're prepared to do to stop our name being shamed in the international community by all these bandits showing up with our passports, our diplomatic passports. All these money launderers, all of these racketeers showing up with our passports. We have never had it this bad in Dominica, you know. Our name has never been so disgraced by any leader in Dominica. And people believe that that is okay. No, it is not okay. It cannot be okay. And it is for those solid reasons that we are demanding the resignation of Roosevelt Skerrit. Nothing more, nothing less than that. So, those who felt that as a result of what happened on Tuesday night, which we regret, which we are sorry about, but which we also wonder why it happened. Our meeting, as people were trying to connect it, our meeting ended in bright sunshine, in broad daylight. The police, for whatever reason, decided to maintain a standoff on the question of whether a truck should move west or east with the people who remained at the location and new people who came on. And the police watched the daylight hours fade and went into nighttime with that foolishness. And then had their challenges getting the crowd to disperse and getting the truck to move. It was one thing. And by the way, my vehicle was damaged. My vehicle was damaged. For all the people talking about, oh, it was your people and it was this and that and the next. My vehicle was also damaged. I have to go and find money to fix it now. It was damaged by the very same people are saying was United Workers' Party people who were there on the scene. We don't know that. We had a rally. A number of people came to the rally. And when the rally was over, a number of people left. A number of people came after everything was over. And the police must explain to the people of Dominica why it is that they maintained that impasse with the people who had challenged them on the direction that the truck should go for hours and hours and hours.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Yeah, when that on my bed, then that comes to my memory. Remember when you go to Marigot?
I beg your pardon?
You remember when you were going down to Marigot, it did not reach right? And then a fire took place in the city. Oh, that was the best.
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
You were saying something about Marigot?
I say that when we got to Marigot and then it did not reach, then something happened like fire. They say it's your, but then he came back and say he knew who put the fire. So by this trip, that meeting that was nice, very successful, it showed me like the same thing of Marigot like that. That is in my head right now.
Well, that is what, yeah, thanks, caller. That is what he said. He said he knew who set the fire at the remote tower in Marigot, at Melville Hall in Marigot, serving the Melville Hall Airport. But that was in 2014. So if he knew who set the fire, how come the police have not been able to apprehend anybody? So you see, as the years go by, we just get more and more and more lies from this man, more and more dishonesty. And you wonder, why is it a country can continue? How is it a country can continue with somebody who makes a habit, who makes it a practice of telling lies to the people of the country that he leads? Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Linton.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Charles, and the other people in the studio.
Danny Luge is here.
And Mr. Luge, good
yes,
evening.
Good evening.
It's very interesting because most of the young people I understand that was in the as arrested were parents of the Labour Party, single parents of the Labour Party that was arrested and released. And also, when you look at the situation in Roseau, why would the town be empty, stay empty, no security in the town? It was calculated because if you can leave the town unsecured and secure one little area in the town, that means they left the yard clear so people can come into the house and steal. So it was a calculated plan to create that problem. We have to look at the trend. Look at this old man, they burned the firebomb. Look at how fast fire was done in, what is the name place, in Joshua constituency, and the next day or even the night, evidence was removed instantly. So there's a trend that this Labour Party government is trying to instigate and create problems for the people and to play politics. The other thing is the Labour Party, not even the Labour Party, the one-man government. The opposition leader has created what they call melody. I want to poo-poo, Lennox. I want to drink some water, Lennox. I want to eat, Lennox. I want to go in the river, Lennox. I want to go in the sea, Lennox. I want to go to jail, Lennox. Thank you.
Did you sleep well last night, Lennox? How are you today, Lennox? Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. That gentleman was right, because I was saying to myself, what happened to the police? How on earth could a police let just a few young boys did all that damage? Were they back turned? Where were they? Because since night come, then they should be around the town to watch, to make sure that they chase out all these boys. How could some young boys do so much damage? What happened to the police? They have to ask themselves a question. Did they turn their back? Who told them to turn their back? Thank you.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Danny.
Okay, yeah, now we have...
Good evening to Mr. Linton, and good evening to the others in the studio.
Welcome, Mr. James. Welcome, sir.
Yes. Gentlemen, I just want to make a few observations. The question that's been asked, what is happening to Dominica? What has happened to Dominica? And we really should all be concerned, very concerned about what is going on now. You know, as politicians, we fight for party and we fight to, you know, get in office and this sort of things. But then as Dominicans, we fight for Dominica. What I see here, you know, is that the fabric of our society, this Dominica society, is being decimated, it's being destroyed. And essentially, this government is presiding over what I call a decadent and decaying society. It's been happening for a while. There's a diversion attempt here with respect to what happened on Tuesday, and I think we should not allow ourselves to be so diverted. Let us focus, let us get back on what is the biggest threat to almost the very existence of our people now. The activities in which Mr. Roosevelt Skerrit and his cabinet colleagues, many of them, have been involved over the last several years. Our country is on the international scene now in a way that we should all find undesirable. And it has nothing to do, it pales what happened on Tuesday, like in terms of our country being under this scope. It pales into insignificance compared to what is happening associated with the behavior, the actions of Mr. Skerrit and his cabinet. The young people have to be fearful of what the future is for them. Simple situation. You look at what's happening with Social Security now, where we are struggling to for people to get Social Security benefits at this time, or as they were accustomed to. As we know, we would all get our Social Security paid to us at 60. Now we've had to be shifting it further. It has to do, as I understand it, with the amount that is going into the Social Security coffers from the people, from the earnings of the people who are working, compared with the amount that is coming out. And when you look at how the trend is, people who are 30 and 40 years now might not find a Social Security scheme for them to benefit from when they reach 60 as an example of where we are. So we need to examine the impact on our lives. Our people need to examine the impact on our lives now by the actions of Mr. Skerrit and what he's been involved in. You heard Mr. Linton talk about the fact that banks are saying that they will not be able to deal with us because of the way our government has been operating, what it has described as an almost indispensable activity. If not CBI money, what? The goose that lays the golden egg. And when that has come under threat or is coming under threat, then we must be seriously concerned. And what we are getting in the face of all this potential disaster for us, our leader, the Prime Minister, Mr. Skerrit, is playing the blame game. I heard Mr. Linton today, I heard him a while ago. This raining today, Lennox Linton. He stumps his toes, Lennox Linton. Whatever he does inside, outside, in private or in public is Lennox Linton. Is Lennox make me do that? Is Lennox make me do that? Is Lennox make me do that? It's time he stops that. And this contempt he's showing for the people of Dominica, how can it happen that the Prime Minister of our country, the leader of our country, in the face of a crisis, leaves and goes to Greece and does not feel that he has a responsibility to talk to the people of his country as to what was his mission? We were told that he went on a working visit. I do not know what a working visit is. You visit a country and you either go to work or you go on a holiday. So I don't know what a working visit is. But for the Prime Minister to leave the country and like this, and in the face of concerns and anxiety among his people, he says nothing to them. He doesn't feel he has a responsibility to speak to them. He treats the people with contempt. And it's not only the leader of the opposition and the opposition people he's treating the entire population of this country with contempt, because we have allowed him to do that. We have told him that no matter what you do, Mr. Skerrit, we will be there. No matter how you damage the country, no matter how Black Sikatoka burns down our bananas, no matter how we have to dump our dashing on the road to Roseau, we will be there. No matter how we have to come with our hands stretched out for you to put something in it, we will be there for you. So he feels he has the right now. He has been given the carte blanche to treat us with contempt. Dominicans, is that what we want? Is that what we want?
Mr. James?
Yes.
There's this issue that has just come to attention where the National Bank has frozen over $20 million of passport money coming into the government account. And the bank is asking, on behalf of the correspondent bank in the United States, for copies of the due diligence report that was done to clear these people as fit and proper persons to be holding Dominican citizenship. And the Skerrit administration is refusing to pass on the copies of the due diligence report. I guess they're telling the banks it's none of your whatever business. Go to somewhere.
It's not your damn business. Go to hell. I'm old enough to be able to say that now.
You've earned that right to be able to say those things on the radio, and after the Prime Minister, because he said them. Yes. Now, so here you have the country in the season of de-risking, facing being taken out of the global banking environment and not being able to transact business with the rest of the world because we lose our correspondent banking status. And you have a government being asked to cooperate so that the wishes of the correspondent bank can be fulfilled in terms of their own due diligence and their compliance requirements, having to do with Dominica, money coming into Dominica for the government. And the government is refusing to cooperate. The government is telling them the due diligence we have done on our clients is none of your business. How can a government like that be depended on to steer us through this risky business of de-risking?
Well, Leonard, let me say this. I heard representatives of the Christian Council and of the business community today condemning the violence the activities which happened on Tuesday evening. And that is their right to do. I would like to suggest to these bodies that there is another concern that they have to express, and that is to pay attention to what is happening, what you just said. And they probably have the attention, they probably get the attention of Mr. Skerrit, probably, and to urge him to pay attention to what his approach and his attitude and his and with respect to this matter you just raised, what impact it will have on the country, and play a role there. Because it is not only a question of condemning violence and condemning this here. We need to look at what it is, for instance, that caused the young people. I understand it was essentially young people who were involved in that activity. What is it that caused them to do that which they did, they were involved in the other day, you know? And so we cannot just sit back and join the chorus of Mr. Skerrit, blame Lennox, blame Lennox. And the other thing, Lennox, is that the cabinet members who are aiding and abetting Mr. Skerrit, who are supporting him, they need to pay attention to what's happening. I heard a piece today, and you see, this piece, an engagement on a talk show with the talk show gentleman today coming out of America.
John Batchelor.
John Batchelor. These are very, very serious comments and statements and positions that were articulated there. Mr. Skerrit needs to address the nation on this. He needs to address the nation, and he needs to avail himself to the media so that they can help him unravel and explain to the people what is happening. Let us join with him to see whether we can fight this battle. If it is a question of them, these people, these evil Americans trying to destroy us and so on, then let us band together with you and fight back. You understand? You have this CBI money. You have told us that if not CBI money, what? There's no other sector that can generate the money that the CBI money is generating, not agriculture, not manufacturing, not tourism. So you're telling us now that is the only pillar on which we stand.
Our concern has always been with the mismanagement. But here's something, Edison James, that again is coming to attention, that the government and the Citizenship by Investment Unit is now doing due diligence on people who have already received their Dominica passport. And the question is, how did they come through the official process where they're required to have the due diligence done first before they're declared fit and proper persons to hold Dominican citizenship? How could it be that they're already holding the citizenship, they have their passport, and we are only now doing the due diligence? How did that happen?
Well, obviously, to the extent that is so, the government has to admit that it has been deceiving people. And the manager, the general manager of the CBI unit, and the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and his colleagues must speak to that. And it is not just a question of deciding, okay, it's Lennox Linton and the opposition who have said that, so I will ignore it. To the extent that that is a fact, then you have to address it. And all people have to come out and ask that it be addressed. Those people who are in the private sector, who are rightly concerned about the impact that these financial problems can have on their business, they need to address the situation and urge the Prime Minister. They have his hands. The corporate citizens, the civil society people, the religious people, they need to come out and engage with the Prime Minister and tell him that he needs to address.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Edison James, that all around the world, where we're able to see protest action going on, and we're able to see this phenomenon of certain groups of people who have a grouse or the other, who have a grievance or the other, who are suffering from one injustice or the next, use the opportunity created by something else happening to vent their frustrations and to express themselves.
My thing is for us to address what it is that is causing the frustration right now.
And we're dealing with in this week's episode there a number of young people who need to be asked questions, who we need to understand more clearly what is happening with them. All around the world, there's this neoliberalism taking place these days, where you have growing numbers of have-nots and more and fewer and fewer who have. You have a disappearance of the middle class. You have serious social issues that just go passing by every day because some group of people in government believe, well, it's not our business to deal with that. And the interest groups now that are supposed to be looking at growing injustices that can cause social upheaval, they turn a blind eye, and it's only when something flares up you hear a voice saying, oh, well, we condemn this or we condemn that. Nobody's interested in symptoms and causes.
Well, Lennox, in that regard, I heard somebody say probably today or a few days ago, when the rich flaunt their riches, that is, they levy their riches in front of the poor, and the poor continues to fall further and further into abject poverty, then the poor will eat the rich, You see? When the rich flaunt their riches in front of the poor, and the poor see themselves falling further and further into abject poverty, the poor will eat the rich. So that when the young people and the people of the country see one set eating, CBI money is passport money, it is our money, it's our property, it's our money. But one set is eating. People can go and deposit $1.5 million into a bank. People can be buying all the latest top-class vehicles. People can go to Malaysia and come back with $9,000 US earrings and so on. And people see these things. People see houses going up here, houses going up there. And at the same time, farmers are being told that you must pay for fertilizer now. While down at Portsmouth or up at Portsmouth, there's a hotel going up there that is estimated to cost $50 million, but the people who are building it have already picked up $100 million. There are people employed there, Colombians, whose money is being transferred to Colombia, and the same banking correspondent banks are concerned about it. So when they tell us employment is going to come to us, the Colombians are being employed, probably 40, 50 of them, and 3 Dominicans. All those things we have to address, you understand? So, and we have to teach our people, our young people, about the history. We have to teach them, they know what is happening now, but we have to teach them about our history. Okay? And I'm deeply concerned that there are people who believe that we must not tell our people. Mr. Skerritt was saying the other night that February 7th
February 7th, yeah.
will be a blotch on the history of Dominica. There's another history, there are 2 other dates that that the people need to know about that are blotches on our history. That is 1979. And the other date is, I can't remember the date when Mr. Skerritt said no law, no constitution. These are significant dates,
That was 2009, December 2009.
Yeah, 2009. In 1979, when this country saw mayhem, where ministers' houses were stoned, and ministers were stoned out of office. That was 1979. And probably by divine intervention, the leader of that pact is now sitting as the head of state in our country. He needs to talk to the people, organize some sessions, go around the country and invite people so he can talk to them about what it is that drove him to be involved in the way he was in 79. And he was proud of it, so proud of it that a few years ago, he and the gentleman who is being touted as the senior and major constitutional lawyer in the region told us that it is constitutional to throw stones on people's houses, ministers' houses, to get them out of government. That's what they told us the other day. You understand?
Because the getting rid of the Labour Party administration of 1979, they claimed was the result of the Constitutional Coolwash Brigade.
Mr. Salvre, the president of our country now, and Mr. Anthony Astafan, the man who hates black people whom he cannot control, so he calls them cockroach and kakador and snakes and rats and dogs. And I do not know, Lennox, if I get a little bit emotional, forgive me. I do not know how in a country 99% black, we can have an Arab man consistently insulting us and calling us kakador, cockroach, and telling people to kill us as the cockroach, like the Hutus and the Tutsis. Kill us when he sees us as cockroaches, brings us down to the lowest. We are snakes, we are cockroach, we are kakador. It is annoying, and our young people must know that. They must watch this man essentially as an enemy of our country and an enemy of our people, a man who hates black people whom he cannot control, Anthony Astafan. He is going to destroy this country. He's going to destroy this country. You understand? And so we need to address these things, and all these things must be brought on the table.
those people who go to church every day, every Sunday, and who are prominent people in business, who are prominent people in public service, who either were in the public service or are in the public service, they need to go and be part of this teaching brigade. And all of us need to go around because our country is stuttering on the brink of decay. And Mr. Skerrit, the call for Mr. Skerrit to go is a solid call. And the cabinet members who are propping up Mr. Skerrit, Justina Charles, who came the other day at the Silver Lake place, I heard her in a venomous presentation talking about what are you saying and suggesting that people are I don't know what she was saying they're saying if she was saying that they were preaching violence, but just to hear her, and if somebody could play the tape again, you hear the violence in her voice as she's asking people. Denise Charles, who just came in some time ago, Lennox, it was everything that was being done here was paid for by either Alba money or Petrocarib money or PRC money or Venezuelan money. Now, to buy a piece of toilet paper, it's CBI money. To anything in this country, everything in this country, all of a sudden is CBI money. And that is where we are. This belief that we can fool our people, we can trick our people. We are so poor and we are so greedy and we are so desperate that you just do all the things you do negative to our country, and you can then go around to Biosh and say, I'm giving you $2 million if you want, I'm giving you $1 million if you want. You can go to Campbell, I'm giving you $5 million if you want, and so on. And that is it. And then that will hold us back. No. It's a plea, gentlemen, for us to pay attention to what is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay?
Indeed.
And this country needs to be saved. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to have a short intervention. Tonight, the 9th day of February 2017, I call on the immediate resignation of Senator Blanchard before it is too late. I call on Dr. Kenneth Darrow to immediately resign. I call on Rosalind Paul to immediately resign. I call on Catherine Daniel to immediately resign. I call on Cassius Darrow to immediately resign. I call on Reginald Austri for health reasons to immediately resign. I do not call on Justina Charles to resign because she has lost her soul for 30 pieces of silver. She was told that they were stabbing her husband and biting his hand at the same time, and yet she sits with these people. I call on Dennis Charles to resign. I call on Ivor Stevenson, my schoolmate, to immediately resign. I call on Johnson Drygo to immediately resign. Leave this corrupt cabinet before the cabinet leaves you.
Okay, gentlemen, we are going to take a break, listen to some music before we continue here. Or we'll take some calls and then we will continue. Let us do this.
Sale. Only a few getting fat, while the rest of us like cataracts. But it shouldn't be so, no, it shouldn't be so. That is not the way we country should go. If we cannot stop this corruption, this country go head for destruction and impact on the future generation. So I say to stop this corruption. Stop this corruption. I'm telling you, stop this corruption. Stop this corruption. Look, me thick, me belly empty. I cannot pay me utility. 5% a burden on me, mama. Oh, stop the corruption. Necessity becomes luxury. I still can't pay the hospital fee. Corruption getting me bazudi. Stop and Gracetown. This lie hotel go send me to hell if we money cannot be found. Corruption put.
We're going to take some calls now. The time is 18 minutes on the right-hand side of 9. The numbers are 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097. The digital access number 616-4257, and of course the international number is 305-432-9624. Let's take some calls. Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
How are you?
Good. Lambi.
Yes.
Good men are guided by honesty. Those who can't be trusted are destroyed by their dishonesty. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you very much for that call. We do appreciate it. Good evening. No, we missed that one. Let me see. On the overseas line, good evening. Overseas line, you paying attention? No. We'll take this call. Good evening.
Good evening to the members of the panel.
Good evening, sir.
Man, I just reached in and on the other side, man, I hear the blazing fountain.
Well, they can blaze whatever they want. We're doing what we have to do.
But what I'm saying now, anybody that supports evil, they are of the devil. And Satan to Jesus must bow. Roosevelt carried deceivers, and they can say what they want, they can do what they want. Now, they're talking about the other side. This man said in order for damn business where he gets his money from. You can't insult senior citizens. I was in Roseau, the ministerial building. I am the one that built column for second floor, first and chase the first 10 flight. I see those fellas in their combat uniform and bobs. The financial institution, they're on top there with a gun to shoot us. And when a prime minister can be training a police force to shoot us, it is deadly. And he must go.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We do appreciate it. All of our best. Good evening, caller. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Lambert.
Hi, Clem. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Good evening to your panel.
Good evening, Clem.
There's so many different issues and angles. Sometimes I just get totally bewildered with it. But anyway.
Clem, Dominica is pregnant with issues.
Oh my God. But you know, I want to tell Mr. Roosevelt Skerrit that we know that you're an expert. You know you have your doctorate in cunning. We know that. But you can only fool so many people for so long. It cannot go on forever. People will wake up. The children of the laborites are waking up. You cannot fool them. And you have Mr. Charles Savarin. We said Charles Savarin was a bad pick for president. We've never seen a president like that come out of the cabinet of a prime minister. We're usually seeing dignified, retired civil servants, highly qualified, being chosen as our president. We've never seen one like Charles Savarin. And look what's happening today. Instead of Charles Savarin being able to come out and talk, and as a represent the head of state and calm the people, he's like a quiet mouse in a White House. He cannot say one word because you know what? Anything that Charles Savarin said right now would inflame the issue because he was a bad pick, Roosevelt Skerrit. You picked him for your agenda, not for the benefit of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. And you've had so many bad picks. Your diplomatic picks are for your own selfish interests. We're seeing the same pattern. Same pattern. You did not pick those people for the benefit of Dominica. You picked them for your own pocket. You picked them for your own pocket. You picked Charles Savarin for your own political agenda. And you keep making bad picks. You are a bad prime minister and you need to go. You're not a good prime minister because you're thinking only of your selfish interests. Politicians cannot think like that in a democratic arena. Politicians have to put aside their own personal thing and make decisions for and on behalf of the people. Roosevelt Skerrit is continuously making it in his own selfish interest. Enough said. Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for the time.
Interesting.
Thank you very much. Well said. Let's take this call. Go ahead, please, caller.
Yes. Good evening, Lambi.
Good evening, sir. You're early tonight.
And good evening to the Honorable Linton and Honorable Lugie.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Jerry. Good to hear you earlier, club.
And, you know, Lambi, I must say, if you would permit me, I'm very humbled, you know, to just share the airwaves with such honorable and dignified gentlemen, also former Prime Minister, Mr. James. But Lambi, tonight, you know, I am calling it a very, very heavy and saddened heart. And Lambi, there, as you said, so many issues, one doesn't even know what angle to take it from. But I want Dominicans to remain resolute and be astute that the international community has their focus on Dominica. And Lambi, I heard a clipping, and it was so telling. It dealt a serious, serious blow, Lambi, to me, to our image as an island state developing. It said that 72,000 people, 290 square miles, a den of thieves, Lambi.
I heard it.
We were described as a den of thieves. Now, look at Honorable Linton, Mr. Luge, Thompson, Fountain, yourself. Look at the type of citizens that we have produced in Dominica. And today, people are looking at us as a den of thieves. And the right-thinking Dominicans have called on, and you all are politicians, you always say, Honorable Prime Minister, have called on Roosevelt to the meat office. And Roosevelt is defiant. But you see, the young people, as I've said in time past, are always the catalyst for change. And we can see clearly the young people in Dominica, when they look at their Caribbean counterparts, they reckon that they are behind, they do not have proper roads, there are no bridges to drive on, they do not have green space, they do not have an airport that they could go in and out, there are no jobs, they are living in a declining and diminishing economic situation, and even our senior citizens. And this is why, Lambi, you had such a massive crowd. This is why you had such a huge turnout. And with the amount you see in Rose on Tuesday, Lambi, the amount overseas that were tuned in to what was happening was twice that amount. But what does Roosevelt Skerrit do? He goes and says, oh, they started with 20 people. And then I thought the guy was as brilliant as some people think. The guy said, oh, the crowd grew to 400. Well, Roosevelt Skerrit, let me tell you something tonight. I have a clear message. And the call has gone out, and this is a message to you. Dominica does not want you as Prime Minister anymore. And it's a long time Dominica never wanted you. And you can tell the Dominican people, you're talking about democratically elected, tell the Dominican people on the outside world how many elections you have stolen in Dominica. Tell the Dominican people about your interest in villas. Tell the Dominican people about your modest $400,000 house. Tell the Dominican people how many times you have insulted them. And you have tried your best to live outside of law. That is the problem with you, you know. You, Roosevelt, have continued and have always lived outside of law. This is why you made the declaration. Tell the Dominican people whether you had 2 passports as a sitting Prime Minister. This is what you must tell them. And now tell them why Dominica is being called a den of thieves. The young people in Dominica, Lambi, we condemn all violence and we condemn all looting and breaking in. We are civilized, we are peaceful people, we are law-abiding citizens. We condemn those things in the strongest term. But who is the bigger criminal? Who is the bigger criminal? When it is alleged that persons in Dominica have millions, probably to the tune of $500 million US hidden overseas, and the young people in Dominica have nothing to do? No. The young people have their frustration and they have their anger, and they thought it was going to be a set of people that would have been misbehaving, and they see where the misbehaving comes from. Now, to the police, Lambi. You know, Roosevelt really thought that the police would have probably shot a few Dominicans, but the police recognize that this is a sinking ship, and the police have switched allegiance. And I'm calling on a few high-ranking officers who are still in the police force to meet with Roosevelt Skerrit and tell him, based on the intelligence that they're getting on the ground. When Roosevelt talking about intelligence, the intelligence he needs is that the intelligence on the ground doesn't want him to be Prime Minister. And Roosevelt must understand, you know, the streets of Roseau belong to the Dominican people. Government headquarters is state property. The financial building is public property. All those SUVs you see up and down in all those are state property. Roosevelt Skerrit, remember, all of them belong to the Dominican people. And in closing, Dominican, you know, There were some mariners, and then, you know, you endorse that. It's always good to use the scriptures. There were some mariners in Jonah's time. They had given Jonah a leap from one jurisdiction to the next, and they had this tempest, and they were about to sink. They were on a sinking ship. And you know the important question that they asked themselves, Dominican, why has this fallen us? Why is it that all of a sudden we're in the middle of a storm? Why is it all of a sudden that Dominica is in the middle of a storm? In Jonah's time, it was because of Jonah, and he had to be thrown overboard, and there was peace. In Dominica's time today, in 2017, is Roosevelt, and he must be thrown overboard. Pressure must be brought to bear on Roosevelt for him to demit office. He has to resign. Roosevelt, you cannot survive this. You're walking around Roseau yesterday, meeting people who had their properties damaged. Where's the Minister of National Security? It's a one-man show, this is. It's a one-man country. It's all about one-manism. And I want to say to all the people who had their place damaged that the next administration will compensate them. And I want to call on the police to open the cells and free every young person that they have arrested or detained, or they have restricted their liberty in whatever shape or form. Release the young people. All this is brought upon us because of Roosevelt. And in closing, our next illustration in the Old Testament, there was a king called the first king in Israel. His name was Saul. He was taller than everybody else. He was brighter than everybody else. He was more handsome than anybody else. And the Lord had rejected him. And you know the sad thing about Saul? It is said that the Spirit of the Lord left Saul, and Saul didn't even know. Roosevelt carried you do not have the support of the Dominican people to sit in the chair as Prime Minister. And in closing with Saul issue, Saul had a son. He was a prince. His name was Jonathan. Very intelligent, good youngster. There is nothing in the record of Jonathan in Scripture that says he wasn't a good person. And Jonathan had reckoned that the Lord had rejected Saul, his father, and had chosen David. But Jonathan ended dying with Saul. You know why? In the end, he should have separated himself from his father, and he did not. That was his only blemish, and he died with his father. And so I want to join Mr. Luge, Honorable Luge, this evening in calling out on the cabinet members to resign.
That's right.
This is a sinking ship, Lambi, and we are calling on them to resign. Things are not going to change. It is just a matter of time for the FBI to come down to Dominica and pick up Roosevelt Carey. Let me have much more to say, but thanks for the time, thanks for the opportunity, and let me give somebody else a chance, my brother.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Pass the microphone to Mr. Linton.
Thank you very much, Jerry Louis. Wow.
Let's take the call from the OC's line. Good. Let's take this OC.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Lambert Charles.
Yes, Mr. Murray, how are you doing?
Yes, Mr. Lennox Linton.
Good evening, sir.
And Mr. Danny Luge.
Yes, hello, good evening.
Yeah, brothers, let me just congratulate all Dominicans that participated on that rally the other day. It's a very unfortunate situation that it had to end like that. But brothers and sisters, in oppression, people will react when their back are against the wall. Brothers and sisters, let me say something to Dominica. Now the international world, you see that show, John Batchelor show? I love that show. This is one of the deepest political analysts in political narrative, brothers. And Dominica, this brother, has called us a den of thieves. So here is my position as a Dominican. I'm sending this out to Mr. Tony Estefan and the Prime Minister, that instead of suing Lennox and things, if what John Batchelor reported, he can carry out a lawsuit that can compensate us as Dominicans, because our image on the international scene has been severely damaged. We are damaged goods.
Yeah.
Okay, we got it.
Do you understand this, Dominica?
We got it.
Okay.
The government.
So, brothers, you guys have to continue reaching out to the people. Let me say to the business people sorry things like that go on. But it's because the government, you see what go on there? I lay it on the government. From somebody looking in, from the outside looking in, I see the government is at fault. The government is conducting the business of the people in too much secrecy. That is why now the whole international world is speaking about us. So here is another proportion. If you guys could give me about $200,000 for us to put a Dazzle Dominica concert in New York for Labor Day, let's do that. And I call in on the educated people of Dominica. Let's come together and begin to think about a couple brain, a couple heads, because we have. But this brother cannot take us anywhere.
Okay, thank you very much, caller. Thanks for your contribution.
Okay. But I have plenty to say.
Yeah, but we want to entertain a few more calls.
Yeah, we've got a number of calls coming in, and we're in short time.
But we appreciate your contribution.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yes.
All the very best. You were going to say something, Mr. Linton?
No, I was going to say, going back to the call before this one, if you look at what is happening with us today and the kind of attention we're getting from international media in the year 2017 so far, starting with the expose on CBS News 60 Minutes on the 1st of January, a lot of interest in Dominica, especially in the United States. And then recently, last couple of days, we've been hearing that piece from the John Batchelor radio show where he's talking with Gregory Copley of ISA and GIS. Some of the disclosures that are coming out there are particularly telling. We have had our concerns over many years about the roguish conduct of Roosevelt Skerrit as Prime Minister and his unexplained wealth, the assets that he's been accumulating that cannot be explained by his legal income, while poor people get poorer and poorer in Dominica under his watch. Now these publications and articles are telling us about monies from Asian banks that come into ministers of government in Dominica, particularly the Prime Minister. Now we're hearing about the Prime Minister's ownership of an expensive apartment in New York that cannot be explained by his legal income as a politician.
Let's hold that thought. You remember the article was written by Matt, or Matt published in the newspaper, $5,000 salary, $1 million assets, and he was taken to the cleaners for that?
He wasn't taken to the cleaners. They went to court with him. They never allowed the case to come to conclusion. So there was never a decision in that case. Mr. Skerrit sued, and then he backed out of the case in a mediation exercise. Right? So he sued. He claimed that Matt Pelletier defamed him, and then he backed out of the case, $1 million assets, $5,000 salary. He backed out of that case, claiming defamation. He backed out in mediation, and we never heard anything about it again. But there's a case before the court where Reneth Alexis has sued me for saying that the Prime Minister at Roosevelt Skerrit has an ownership interest in the villas at Savan Pai. That's a 2010 case. We are now in 2017. They claim that the emails on which I relied to tell the story about Roosevelt Skerrit's interest in the villas were cut and paste, they were doctored, etc. So we simply said, all right, you don't want to rely on what I have and what I'm able to show you. Let's get the originals. Let's get a court order to get the originals from Google, because that can be done easily. It happens all over the world. Right here in the Caribbean, in the jurisdiction of Trinidad, it happened within the last couple of years, where Google was asked through a court order to present the emails from certain accounts over a period of time. The judge in the case asked for submissions from us and from the other side as to how these original emails about Mr. Skerrit's ownership of the villas can be gotten from Google. we made a submission, and instead of submitting it, so how the emails could be gotten from Google, they submitted a presentation saying why the court should not see the emails, the original emails from Google. And there's where the case has stopped. It is 7 years now. It's not moving, it's not going anywhere. But they like to sue. And Thompson Fontaine has been in the court since 2011 on the same matter of diplomatic passports and bubble and corruption within the Citizenship by Investment program. With all the due diligence that they say they do, with all the propriety that they say they have in the program, and everything is on the up and up, people already have their passports, but they're now doing due diligence in them. Bank is asking for the due diligence record so that they could clear the money, so that they can make a decision about clearing over $20 million into your account. You wouldn't give them the information. You wouldn't give them the due diligence. You would not cooperate. But in these reports that we're reading right now, we're hearing that monies have been paid for diplomatic passports, and the monies have not come into the treasury of Dominica. These are from people from the outside watching in. We're hearing about the oil tankers, the sanctions busting in Malaysia, the monies that people made from that. And we're hearing things that writers overseas are prepared to be matter of fact about, because I'm sure they have seen evidence. Perhaps more evidence than we have been able to see here in Dominica, especially in terms of the sizable overseas bank accounts, which we kind of didn't go further after the Panama Papers alerted us. Panama Papers alerted us that much was going on in terms of Dominican money being hidden in offshore accounts and so on. But the story about Mr. Skerritt and holding overseas accounts and having money overseas, based on Mr. Skerritt's legal income, none of that money belongs to him. It is all money that belongs to the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Absolutely. And when we go to court, we'll be asking for disclosure. We want to know where these bank accounts are. And we want every single one of them to come into the record. And we want the court to order disclosure of these bank records. Because you cannot come to the court as the Prime Minister of the country claiming that you're not a thief, you have not misappropriated public money, but you're not prepared to allow that to be proven beyond any doubt by submitting your records to the court. When we go to court, I hope there's going to be no hiding, no attempt to hide and keep this away from the scrutiny of the court. I hope we'll be prepared when we're suing to bring everything, to tell chapter and verse, and to bring everything before the court. Because in this matter, since people's integrity are up for stake, there will be institutions that will have to be subpoenaed, and senior executives of the institutions are going to have to be subpoenaed. Because we have to know the story behind the misappropriation and the breaches of process in the passport business that is allowing people to get citizenship but not show any evidence that money has gone into the treasury for the citizenship that they have, into the government account for the citizenship they have received. And also getting the citizenship without due diligence. So in some cases they have the citizenship already, but now after the fact they're doing the due diligence. What is that about? What is that magie about? It is downright dishonest. And for those reasons, the Prime Minister must go. He continues to manage the affairs of Dominica in a very dishonest manner. And the people of Dominica can no longer tolerate that. You have to save your country. I mean, what is it at all? So you will hire somebody forever and ever, amen, to run your affairs that it's been dishonest with you. They're lying to you. They're cheating your resources. And you just sit down there watching them use your resources for their own private gain, and you will do nothing about it? You're living hand to mouth. You're getting poorer and poorer and poorer. The one man running your business is doing royally well for himself and his friends, and you'll just watch him continue to do that forever and never. Amen? And that's a country? Let's take some phone calls. Good evening.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening. Listen, can you recall a guy they call Chichi? Huh? Hello?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
I'm asking whether you can recall a guy they call Chichi. Yes or no? Okay, you all don't remember him. He was a guy, he was very stubborn in Roseau. And he sometimes free to the and got killed. But they say he have a son working in the government, I don't know what department. But if I have a son, if he was working in the department, that's on 40 times worse than Chichi. And his right name was Ashton Francis. That's what I'm saying right now for the time being.
Okay.
Good evening, caller.
Hey, gentlemen, blessings to you all in the interest of time.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Blessings, Lambi. Blessings to you.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing, my friend? Tyrone.
Cool. I want to commend the labor rights who did not fall for Roosevelt Skerritt and his cluster of criminals to come Roseau dressed in red. And when that did not happen, they must have concocted Plan B to burn down Roseau and blame it on the opposition. Mr. Linton, have you heard that Justina Charles and Kenneth Darrow was mobilizing people? It was alleged in Granby to come down tongue in red.
I heard that.
Did you listen to Raymond Blackmore? Did you hear Raymond Blackmore? Did you hear Bishop Malze? Did you hear all these people, the DAIC, the GD, the dons like me? Did you hear anybody say anything, Bishop Malze? When all you heard, as much as all you listening to everything, did all you hear when Roosevelt Skerritt and crew called their supporters? And they did come down, but it was about 30 of them, and the police had to get them away from the crowd because they come to cause trouble. So when that did not work, it seems like all you go with Plan B and blame it on the opposition. But John Batchelor is very interesting. You listen to this, they're assuming or suggesting or insinuating that Roosevelt Skerritt may have given up Monfared and Lennox. Because it seems like if he come Dominica with all the wealth, if he give him up, where the wealth going to stay?
Dominica?
How does it? All is mine. Yeah, Calypso like that.
All is mine.
Look at criminality, you know. Prime Minister say Lennox Linton has become a national embarrassment, reckless and irresponsible behavior. I take a pause, fellas.
No, but nobody can say. You see how life is? He can say what he wants about me. Anytime I say anything about him, they want evidence. So they want evidence that he's reckless and he's that and all that stuff. Even though we presented
day after day. A new Calypso workers that do that now. It's Lennox that do that. A new Calypso. Anyway, the bishop talk about the people abusing the privileges or the privilege they have been given. It's not a wise.
Does the bishop know? Does the bishop know anything about Roosevelt Skerritt abusing his privileges in the government?
No, he don't.
Is he concerned about that at all?
How convenient! He don't know that.
Jesus Christ, man.
Skerritt said that. Skerritt said that the U.S. is on. How we say it now? He's spot on. He's spot on. The U.S. is spot on because they could preempt. He did not use that word. What was going to happen in Dominica? They could foresee. So they gave a warning for the citizens to keep far away from that thing in Roseau. So the U.S. is spot on that one, but they're wrong on everything else. Everything else, United Nations, U.S., everybody said they're wrong, but they're spot on that one, my brother. But Dominicans, I don't know. I don't know what will it take. But he has exhausted all his little diversionary maneuvering, Mr. Linton. Now the boy's in hell because he have a diversionary tactics playing. It's like in jiu-jitsu, a martial art technique where you use the strength of your opponent to beat them. So whenever there is something that he does to the nation, he do to the nation, he uses the query and the complaint of the people like they try on Tuesday night to beat the people into submission. So he's going to sue Lennox Linton. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. And it is sad, my brethren.
people are just there sitting down. So you have Daniel now. In Daniel is there, you know, my brother, with his instructional intoxication with carbon monoxide and lacking in independence.
My
And Roosevelt,
goodness.
in closing, you said no group or no person in Dominica will get you out of office other than the ballot. The operative words, the other key words, in Dominica. In Dominica. So if we cannot get rid of you, somebody will get rid of you because of all the filth you have piled up on yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Blessings
We
to you.
appreciate it. Let's take this overseas line. Good evening.
Good evening. Oh my God, I'm so glad I get through this call, man. London. And Mr. Lugan.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, sir, good night. Mr. Linton.
Good evening, sir.
It's a blessing and a pleasure to talk to you, man. With all these issues facing Dominica has a tremendous problem right now. And we might have to ask Blessing which one we should prioritize. But I think the biggest issue for me right now, because we're not calling from overseas, I'm Salisbury, but up in the States. And the biggest issue I see is that sanction busting. I want to know how much money Mr. Scary collect from the Iranian them or the Chinese Monfared guy for registering those tankers and shipping billions of dollars worth of oil to China. So if we do not change, the Chinese do like they're helping them now. That is paying us for our flag, they flying the ships to bypass that sanction on Iran. And that's the big news up here. And to me, if we could emphasize more on this issue, because we know we have the IPU, we have the Electoral Reform Commission, we have the passport, regular passport, which they use in the public money and run the political machine. Then we have the diplomatic passports. So the big picture for me right now, I know those diplomatic passport is a serious issue to the Americans also. But that sanction, they were bypassing America and the UN from shipping, in terms of shipping the oil from Iran to China. That is the one I wanted to focus on. Okay. And if we focus on it and get the internet, because this one is international. It's not Mr. Linton says so. It's not Q95 says so. International media is who focus on it right now. And I personally want to know how much money Dominica is getting from this.
Okay.
No, Mr. Lambie.
Yes.
I like the music and I start the show with you now. Because I was talking about Mali Salisbury.
Okay.
But I want to change my name officially tonight as the Whalers, and I want you to start this show with this one here, Workers' Voice.
Okay.
Muslims on the cross alone, and all Dominicans go free. Salisbury say no. Mercy always put to shame and always get the blame. Shabba will say no. So listen, that is the one you have to start the news, because now is not time for us to feel alright and get together one love. Now we have some serious issue. And Mr. Linton, I know your plate is full. I don't know how you're going to do it, so, but your work, if you have a big job cut off for you, man, because these guys are dogging and they are very, very corrupt. And right now the back is against the wall. And you know when you corner a dog, that's the time it's more dangerous. So we're going to file a little showcase saying Mr. Linton did it. Don't worry about them things there. The big issue we have to focus and highlight, the international community will step in, is that sanction busting.
Okay, man. Thank you very much for that. We have a few more calls coming in.
I want to tell my cousin Salisbury that I talked to the next Prime Minister. Then, we got Salisbury, but Salisbury, I'm not that I don't want to call him because I'll forget a few, but everybody Salisbury always on the front line, you know what I mean? So,
okay.
I'm holding that. Mr. Linton, the best man, I don't know how you, I don't know, man. For Dominica people, they don't know use a real important asset.
Okay, we've got some calls coming in there. We have to move. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Lambie.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Danny.
Yes, good evening.
And good evening, Honorable Minister.
Good evening, sir.
And how are you?
I'm good.
Well, we all have to praise the Almighty God for that. Well, Mr. Lincoln, it is a day. Every rope have a knot. And to every bend, you must expect you have to slow down on your speed to take that bend. Mr. Linton, when I listen to our Prime Minister, so-called Prime Minister, and we have a next one called Tony Astafan, Dominican that don't know. I know Astafan father, when he come there, he come with a briefcase and pushing in his feet. And Dominican make them come rich. And now he want to take Dominican like duster. But I telling him he have his duster, but not Dominican. Honorable Mr. Lennox Linton, when we have to watch that Prime Minister, I mean how Dominica looking at the Prime Minister. What is a disgrace? The Prime Minister have 18 ministers. Why you have been paying that 18 ministers, and when you want to go to reach this stage, even toilet, you want to make sure your name called. Nothing done happening if honorable. And to make it worse, come in and full Dominican, go and buy a doctorate for 2 weeks and calling you Dr. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. In which book? I know doctors. I have a good friend. I was in the Princess Margaret Hospital. She's a doctor, but she go on further development, probably she will make surgery. Dr. Andrew. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, as long they mention doctor. And when you have to look, I'm calling on doctor and Dominican in general.
Mr. Nagler, we're short on time.
I will be going to make it short.
Yes, sir.
And when I look at, up to today I was in town, do you know we've got money, the Prime Minister going and share all around the country. It is a disgrace. Forget the toilet. But those beam, you making people go and buy in those supermarkets. When you do take stock and putting that alongside the road, up to today when I going up to my village, free tourists come up with me, they go to the freshwater lake.
Okay, we'll take it there, Mr. Magloire. Thank you very much.
So have a pleasant evening.
Good evening. Good evening, caller.
Yes, good evening.
Oh, go ahead, Clem.
Yes, you know, I listened to Mr. Skerrit. He went to this village, and all of a sudden he's dishing out these hundreds of thousands of dollars to the village council or whatever it is. And you know what he's telling them? You have reason to complain, but you don't complain. So therefore, I am giving you. That was basically the message. Because you did not complain. You have reason to. But because you did not complain, I, Roosevelt Skerrit, is here to give you hundreds of thousands of dollars for your development of your fisheries. Did you guys see that? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Boy, Lambert, I just shake my head, you know. That means to say, if you're in Salisbury and you complain about your feeder road,
you ain't getting.
You're not getting. So because you have reason to complain, everybody has reason to complain. That means he's not doing a good job. But those that don't complain, he rewards them. Roosevelt Skerrit thinks with his children. And look, the Salisbury issue. They started the road from Syndicate before they went to Salisbury. That is just, I look at that as punishment. Because that road that they're doing from Syndicate going towards Collyho or wherever it goes, it was passable with four-wheel drive. But the priority for me, as I see it, would be the Salisbury Heights, because the farmers need to get up there, and it's real bad. So he's just punishing. And I don't believe a prime minister should behave like that to a people. Thank you. Yes.
How do you justify what is happening in Marigot with the seawater? How do you justify Marigot not having a hospital after having one for over 100 years? How do you justify having the main airport at Melville Hall, and there's no hospital? What you have is nonsense at Wesley and a little stupidness in Marigot. This guy is too cruel. He's wicked. As he lies, he's cruel, and we can't take any more of him. He must go.
But worse than that, Lambert, is that he stood there one day and gave this message to the people of Marigot that he was going to fix that bridge, that he brought them a doctor, and this and that. He made all these promises, and when they lost the seat, punishment.
Well, let him continue. We are going to take a few more calls, but they have to be brief, very brief. Yeah. Okay. Let's take these calls. Good evening. Not there. Caller, go ahead. Not there. Okay, fine. Very good. We are going to bring the curtain down on tonight's program. It's 9:58, so let's pass it to Danny first.
My closing comments are my closing meditation, as it was my opening meditation. The wisest man Solomon said that there is a time for everything under heaven. A time to sow and a time to reap. A time to break down and a time to build up. And I declare tonight, a time to break down the strongholds and strangleholds of the enemy on Dominica. This corrupt cabinet must come down, and we will build a new Dominica, built on the foundation of truth, righteousness, and justice. But in spiritual warfare, we break the back of the beast with prayer and praise. That's how the walls of Jericho came down. That's how the walls of this evil cabinet is coming down right now. Confusion is theirs right now, and victory is ours. We will break the back of the beast with praise. Dominica is oppressed with an evil cloud of satanic greed. We will break that spell, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. That is what we are up against. And now we reclaim our country. We reclaim our government. Dominica for Jesus. Dominica has been set free. The spirit of laziness is broken. Begging is broken. The spirit of hard work is restored. Evil spells are broken. Deceitful advisors must come down. False prophet must come down and expose. False accusers come down, and we break the back of the beast right now in Jesus' mighty name. I pass over to our leader.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Lambert. I want to close tonight with a note on a young man who has been in police custody over the past 2 days. Lots of people have been inquiring about him. He's a very popular youth activist on social media. His name is Oswald George. Oswald George was picked up on Tuesday night in the area of his bus stop going up to the Trafalgar area, and he has been in custody since then. The police have been questioning him. They claim it's part of the investigations into what happened on Tuesday night. It appears that they have some interest as well in some post that he may have made on social media some time ago, almost like similar to Dr. Sam Christian kind of thing. But Oswald is in the hands of his attorney, Ronald Charles, the president of our party, and his attorney advises, just for the benefit of all the people who have been inquiring about the well-being of Oswald, he's fine, he's in good spirits. The likelihood is that he may be released tomorrow, but it appears that he may be charged for some offense or the other, probably incitement, who knows. But he has been in regular contact with his attorney. Some of us did attempt to see him yesterday. That was not possible because the police authority would not allow anybody other than family or his lawyers to see him. But we have been keeping in regular contact with his attorney, Ronald Charles, who advises that he is well, and hopefully tomorrow he will be released from police custody. Sometime tomorrow evening will be 72 hours. That's the limit that the Constitution allows. Of course, the police have been known to release after close to the 72 hours and then rearrest and stuff. So, but we hope that they would have finished their questioning and their examinations by sometime tomorrow, and that at the very least, Oswald George, who a lot of people are concerned about, he's a very popular social media personality, a youth activist, very active with getting pictures and stories out from Dominica about things political, and that seems to be his passion. And he, along with 30 or so other young people who were arrested, were picked up by the police on Tuesday night. About, my understanding is there are about 25 or so of the young people who have already been released, and there are 5 or 6 that are still in custody of the police. And it would be, tomorrow is the day when it looks like the police will charge who they're going to charge, release who they're not going to charge, and those who will be charged, of course, will be released on bail. This is a very unfortunate situation as we, of course, look at the plight and the challenges of young people in Dominica. I want to close with this, because we have a lot of hypocrites in Dominica. We have a lot of hypocrites who do not want to understand the levels of criminality that Roosevelt Skerrit and his cabinet are involved in, but they want to persecute young people who are under pressure and for whom certain things that none of us are proud of have become a way of life or means of earning a bread, but you want to deprive them of it. This neoliberalism that is sweeping the world, that is widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots. This perception that some people live with, that everything should belong to them and nothing to anybody else. This Roosevelt Skerrit idea that the money of Dominica belongs to him and his friends, and the poor people must accept the crumbs. They must not work. He must keep them poor and he must keep them dependent. The young people of Dominica will have something to say about that, because he was the young man who was given a break, who was given a chance, and the chance he took to better himself and to put the people of Dominica in a perpetual state of dependence where he can continue to manipulate them. Not all young people are enamored with that. Not all young people are taken up with that foolishness. They're not smiling at Roosevelt Skerrit for what he has done to their country. And they too want him to go. And I want to leave that message to the people of Dominica tonight, because all of us want a better Dominica. And in the case of the Roosevelt Skerrit administration, the promises that they made about building a better Dominica, they have ridden on the backs of that promise, but they have not delivered. What they have done instead is that they have corrupted the society, and they have browbeaten poor, vulnerable people into positions of greater poverty so that they could be even further manipulated. You cannot expect that all of Dominica is going to continue to be happy with that state of affairs, even as they watch you enjoying all that you have taken, all that you have abused your privileges for, to stash away for yourself, and just watch you and smile at you when they are suffering and sinking deeper into poverty. We have to address the circumstances of injustice in this country. And these hollow calls from the leadership of church for this to happen and that not to happen, when they know the reality of the suffering and they know the extent of the criminality and corruption that is going on in the circles of government, the more the evidence pours down, the more they turn their blind eyes. For heaven's sake, banks are refusing government's money into the citizenship by investment account. It means that the government is involved in money laundering, and the government is involved in monies that are tainted with financing of terrorism. What are you waiting for to condemn the government? Why was it so easy for you to come with your condemnation of what happened? But for crimes against humanity being perpetrated by this government, you remain silent. It's not going to get us anywhere. The hypocrisy will kill us all the time. We're sick of it. We're tired of it. And that is why Roosevelt Skerrit must go. God bless you, Lambie. God bless the people of Dominica.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. The thing is, the way I see it, that these guys can only thrive under poverty, so that's why they are not saying anything. They thrive very well under poverty. These churches thrive very well, as does Roosevelt Skerrit. So the people of Dominica we have had enough of it. We can't take it anymore. Roosevelt Skerrit and his bunch of what you call it must go. Good night, Dominica. It's been a pleasure being with you here this evening. For the many who were listening onto the program this evening, thank you very much. And of course, to Sergeant Major out there in Atlanta, good evening to you, my friend Ralph and family. Pleasure having you with us this evening. God bless. Enjoy the rest of the week.
I'm going above your home today. They're going to visit some friends. They'll drop me back to the way from. I'm going above your home. So I want you to drop me off. And I'm going to be able to come back.
The views expressed in this radio program are not necessarily those of Q95 FM Radio. Q95 FM Radio will not accept any responsibility or liability for the statements made in the course of this program.
You can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want. But you must try. Try and try. Try and try. You'll succeed at last. Yeah. Persecution you must bear. Get your share. Got your mind set on a dream. You can get it, no hard it may seem now. You can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want. You can get it if you really want. But you must try. Try and try. Try and try. You'll succeed at last. Waiting for me fall. The ground still tough.
Still tough.
Alma Mater tell we things wrong.
Things wrong.
Yeah. Now tell me if you see it like me. The words they speak are not true on TV. How can things be getting better when so much people still are suffer? Them say things can get better, but we can't see it. Can't see it, we can't. Them say money are run right and all, but back still I feel it. Still I feel it. Can't sleep at night because we stress out. Every month and that will kick out.
Don't you know they're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. Don't you know they're talking about a revolution? It sounds like a whisper. While they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds whisper. Poor people gonna rise up, get their share. Poor people gonna rise up and take what's theirs. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. Oh, I said you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh no. Talking about a revolution. Oh, while they're standing in the welfare lines, crying to those of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds whisper. And finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Yes, finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh.
of war. Lord, world food shortage and mass starvation. You're the Lord. Man and man herded to destruction. Say me never warn. Things I go brutal. Down in a Babylon, yeah. Things I go crucial now. So much crime and violence. Things I go brutal. Down in a Babylon, yeah. Things I go brutal now. Lord, now. Crucial, yeah. Oh, crucial, yeah. Crucial, yeah. Crucial, yeah. What in the Truth is truth, and it just can't change. praying for things to get better. But Rasta know it a gonna get worse, and so much worse. Signs of the times are getting nearer. And this majesty's getting nearer, clearer every day. Things are go crucial. Down in a Babylon, yeah. Things are go crucial now. Dog I go down, dog. Things are go crucial. Down in a Babylon, yeah. Things are go crucial now, now, now. Lord, oh Lord, crucial, crucial, yeah. Lord, oh Lord, crucial, crucial, yeah. Whoa, no, no. Things are go crucial. So much crime and violence. Things are go crucial. So much disease and a pestilence. Things are go crucial. Gonna get worse before it gets better. Things are go brutal now, now, now.
Yeah, man. Chibing-me-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Chibing-me-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-bang-bang. My, guys, it is bad for man not to reflect when the actions stand to lead young people astray to destruction. Much is demanded of those in position. Leaders should uplift, not oppress their own nation. Is we who will suffer the misbehavior of those we uphold in power. Who tell politicians with your power illusions? Proverbs fine, so read your proverbs. Only God know the hour, the people have the power. Proverbs fine, so read your proverbs. It will light up your way, it will open a way. So here is some advice before you victimize. Misuse of your power is to your own demise. It's only when you fall down you will realize that you were only living in a fool's paradise. Man, yo. Uda, uda. Chibing-me-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Chibing-me-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-bang-bang. Man. Dice again. This is serious, and I'm very concerned about the disappearing goodwill and moral values and acceptance of things we know to be wrong. The misguidance and neglect of the youth. Young women are forced to accept abuse, and those who ignore it or support it or partake of it for their own profit. Political leaders dealing lies and slander. Proverbs fine, so read your proverbs. When even priest and pastor preaching propaganda. Proverbs fine, so read your proverbs. It will light up the way, it will open a way.
Lucas again.